long night, as usual. It's nothing changes. We need to work a lot. And this is Olympiad. That's why we see that not so many people, but some people will look at the stream, and stream link is announced on website in the agenda. So if you are interested or somebody asks you, just tell that it's renewed agenda on website and has link to live stream. So now we have focus for a couple of hours on conference on Olympiad in Informatics. Here is volume number 17. So for me, it's like 17 years passed so quick. And thanks many people who contributed. And I think that Olympiad in Informatics has a special mission. Of course, the main focus is on our young contestants, on their knowledge to compete, to show skills in programming. But besides that, we have cultural things, connect countries, get friendship, and we have research, what I'm focusing, that research. And we can show for our people also, for young generation, that you can do very interesting research in computer science, in combining education, combining other things. And I'm very thankful for countries, host country, who had here several papers, and especially introduction paper about John von Neumann. Then we can learn about countries that we are here. And when you come back home, also you talk to your colleagues and show that there are some volumes. They are free of charge. You can download by whole volume. You can download by paper. Thanks for Mile Jovanov that is taking care of this online all papers, and I think it's now well done, all 17 volumes. And here's some hard copies. If you would like, you can take, but I'm asked European countries. I can send easy to you, because I'm from Lithuania, Vilnius, by post, so that especially leave for some more remote countries. So thanks for your attention, and I would like also to ask you all if you would like to contribute to write paper or to review or to take this conference for next or after next years. Just contact and we can get discussion during this conference, during the Olympiad also. Now I would like to ask from host country, Vice Rector of Szeged University, Professor Zoltán Konya, to open officially this conference. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the University of Szeged, I would like to welcome you in Szeged. This is a very important for our university to make this kind of conferences and Olympiads as the present one. In the last couple of years, we organized several of these, like astronomy or biology or group Olympiad of physics, chemistry, and physics, chemistry, and biology. Yeah? But this is the biggest of these events. So I mean that we are very proud that we can be a host or co-host of this event. I just checked the program of this joint conference of the Olympiad, and it's very interesting. Even for me, I'm a researcher of chemistry, but even for me, it's very interesting how the education of informatics is going ahead. We just have a short discussion before the starting ceremony with the leaders, and it's really interesting to see that how the informatics is just rising from the basics, let's say, and now the last couple of years and the next, I don't know, hundreds of years, one of the most important, if not the most important topic actually in the world. As a chemist, I'm a little bit sad of this, but I have to accept that this is the fact that we cannot live without informatics, even in chemistry, biology, physics, whatever. And you know, making research without strong education is impossible. So that's why this kind of Olympiads and this kind of conferences like this, the present one is very, very important. And that's why, again, we are very proud that the University of Szeged can be one of the co-organizers of this event. If I'm talking about University of Szeged, I just have to say that we are more than 400 years old now, and actually 442 or something like that. And if you don't know just by chance, but as far as I know, yesterday you had some information about University of Szeged. The most well-known people of University of Szeged is Albert Szent-Györgyi, who discovered the vitamin C, and then got the Nobel Prize for that. And actually, the next one is just from the last 2 years or last 4 years, let's say, because of the COVID, is Karikó Katalin. Her research was the basics of the COVID vaccine. So I mean that this is, I'm pretty sure, and we really hope that she will get the Nobel Prize soon. Thanks to these things, and thanks to the present professors of the University of Szeged, and thanks to the present students of the University of Szeged, we are really in good places in the rankings. I'm always happy to say every time when I'm opening this kind of conferences that we are somewhere on the 500s in the QS ranking list. If you just take it into account that more than 30,000 universities all over the world, it means that you are in the first, let's say, 2-3%. I would be more happy if we would be in the 400 or 300, but this is a kind of good place to start to be even better. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say that IT is really a rapidly growing discipline, and as I said, we cannot do anything against. We don't want to do anything against, but it's nice to see that how a kind of STEM discipline is going like that. As I mentioned, the chemistry, biology, physics, economics, whatever is based on IT now. Of course, IT, computer science, artificial intelligence, all these things are a bit mixed, but the field is really exponentially growing. And this is kind of education in secondary school level. And although there is a kind of motto, even our university has a motto that it's never too late to start learning. We are really proud at the University of Szeged that every year we have freshmen older than 65 years old, which is a kind of really funny thing. I mean, at university you are expecting 18 years old people, and every year we have 60, 65, 70 years old guys. But you know, telling you the truth, that the starting point should be somewhere a bit lower in the primary school, let's say. So I mean that although it's never too late to start, it's the best to familiarize yourself with algorithms, programming language, loops, etc., in the primary school and the secondary school, and you can become, that the students become as talented as here at the Olympiad. And you don't need necessarily ambitions like Elon Musk or Bill Gates. I mean, that you can be successful without these really rocket-high ambitions. And you can be pretty sure that what you are doing now here, informatics, artificial intelligence, whatever, you can make really nice salaries, you can make really nice research teams, really nice research fields, educational fields, whatever what you would like to have. So altogether, I wish all the participants good luck in their work, because we always need luck for our life, and fruitful time at the conference. I really hope that many new acquaintances, friendships, working connections can be developed here at the conference and the Olympiad, and make the endeavor for which this event was created even more successful. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
now we will have we will have a short video from our sponsor, from ICER.
Ready? Let's go! Go! Will we ever do without a car?
What if we can see our dreams come true?
¡Vamos, vamos!
Está bien, está bien, está bien.
What if we can always make it in time?
What if we can give everything a second life?
At ACER, we believe that even a humble dream can inspire big changes. Our innovations help bring ideas to life, giving creators the tools to explore and expand possibilities. And enabling adventurers to push forward into new frontiers. We appreciate the value of a good game in connecting more people, anytime and anywhere. We create solutions to empower the everyday heroes in all of us. By applying smart technology to everyday life. Sometimes a fleeting opportunity is all we have. To capture those special moments with that special someone. We strive to offer better care to those in need, so everyone is free to pursue their dreams. We are all in this together. Our future and our planet rely on each and every one of us. That's why ACER puts sustainability at the core of the things we do. And has pledged to source 100% renewable energy by 2035. For nearly half a century, ACER has committed to breaking the barriers between people and technology. We continue to search for solutions to make tomorrow a greener, better place. Because we recognize that our work isn't just about technology. It's about people. We are embarking on a journey to a better tomorrow. One step at a time. And most importantly, together.
Dear Professor Benjamin Burton, IOI President, Professor Valentina Dadiene, Chair of IOI Conference, Laszlo Jobagi, Chair of IOI 2023 Organizing Committee, and team leaders of the IOI community. ACER and IOI have engaged in a long partnership as early as 2014, and since 2018, we have powered the IOI contest as the official sponsor. We are honored to be part of this initiative that promotes scientific and cultural exchange among young computer scientists who are the innovators of tomorrow, and to foster more innovation and ideas for the future in informatics and IT. By working together with the organizers of IOI each year, such as the Ministry of Economic Development in Hungary, we make sure the Acer computers used by participants benefit students for learning. In the past, we have donated our computers to universities to continue supporting computer science programs, as well as to schools as part of Acer for Education campaigns. Sponsoring the IOI is a way for us to give back to society for the success we have enjoyed. Since Acer's founding, we have embarked on a journey to build a better tomorrow. We want to empower, motivate people to reach their full potential through technology and achieve their goals. Today, in addition to our computers and related products, our business has expanded from solutions for smart cities and AI-assisted technology to multiple disciplines, making people's lives better and helping them realize their dreams. For IOI 2023, once again, I would like to wish all contestants to perform the best they can, and to organizers in Hungary a very successful event. Thank you.
Introductory paper published in IOI Journal is about von Neumann, and it's written that it is epistome of talent. John von Neumann, an Hungarian-born scientist, around him. And I kindly asked to present Gabor Képes and Agnes Dosnyi-Nimes to present this paper. Thank you.
Okay. So, as you know, we are celebrating the 120th anniversary of born John von Neumann. As you see on this picture, it was taken 40 times 40, so altogether 1,600 pictures, this big picture. All of these pictures are from our IT History Museum, which is located in Szeged. So if you have some free time, you can visit it. And I want to introduce you the most computers of a humanities scholar I know ever, who possess incredible knowledge of IT history. And it's an honor to me to be a co-author this paper. So here is Gabor Képes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I remember you from Indonesia. It was wonderful for me. Dear colleagues, it is my honor to take this presentation at the IOI Conference. Thank you for starting the IOI Journal with our paper dedicated to John von Neumann, the brilliant mathematician and pioneer of computer science. We work at the Faculty of Informatics at Eötvös Loránd University and at the Neumann Society, which institutes are searching for the future Neumanns in their talent management system. For almost 40 years, National Competitive Programming Contest has been organized by our colleagues who has been involved in the Olympiads and informatics community from the very beginning. You know László Zsakó, Gyula Horváth, Péter Hanák, Zsolt Németh, or ISC member, and certainly Agnes. You remember we organized IOI in 1996, and we ran 5 Central European versions of it in Szeged, in Zalaegerszeg, in Sárospatak, in Tata, and lastly in Nagykanizsa in 2020. Let's discuss our presentation's topic, the life and achievement of John von Neumann. We have outlined some key areas that highlight Neumann's significance in recent history. He has been recognized as the man of the century by the Financial Times, And we see him as a person of the 21st century due to his foundational contributions to science and his forward-thinking inquiries. We are curious, how much did you know about him before? Recently, books like Ananyo Bhattacharya's The Man from the Future have brought attention to Neumann. There have been new works about him in our country too, often influenced by the educational efforts of the Neumann Society. One example is the book Quotable Neumann by István Hargitai, Professor István Hargitai and Professor Balázs Hargitai, published this year. It can be bought from our colleague, or you can see this little card we gave you. The movie Oppenheimer focuses on Neumann's peers and colleagues, although Neumann himself isn't depicted. Whether this matters is up to individual interpretation. Neumann isn't just a scientist, he's also an interesting figure. We will highlight this in our presentation. In the early 20th century, Budapest was home to several remarkable scientists, such as Theodor von Kármán, a pioneer in rocket technology, and Leo Szilard, Eugene Wigner, and Edward Teller, who made significant contributions to nuclear physics. Neumann, often referred to as the father of the computer, and John G. Kemeny, or Kemény János in Hungarian, co-creator of basic programming language, also emerged during this time. Born on December 28, 1903, Neumann grew up in the heart of Budapest. He came from a wealthy and highly educated Jewish family. His father was a respected banker and held a noble title granted by Emperor Franz Joseph I. Neumann had two brothers. These are the symbols of the three Neumann brothers. The Neumann household often hosted distinguished scholars, and family members playfully conversed in ancient Greek. Even at a young age, Neumann displayed exceptional mathematical aptitude, mastering calculus by the age of 8. His high school years, under the guidance of László Rácz, were marked by special attention and nurturing his genius. Rácz fostered his talents and helped him establish connections with professors from the university. Mathematician physicist professors Lipót Fejér and Rudolf Ortvai. Neumann's exceptional teacher, László Rácz, became Hungary's most famous talent developer. Since 2000, Rácz László Teacher Lifetime Achievement Award recognized the most significant high school teachers in mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry in Hungary. This year, we showcased an exhibition titled Neumann Milieu at his old high school, the Fasor High School in Budapest. The exhibition displayed original furniture from Neumann's family. Mr. György Selmeci, the interior designer who owns these items, uncovered that the paintings he possessed depicted Neumann's maternal grandparents. The portraits of Neumann's grandfather, Jakob Kohn, and his teacher, László Rácz, were showcased side by side. John von Neumann, although reserved, had a keen sense of humor and expressed himself cleverly. Throughout his life, John von Neumann closely observed the advancement in Hungarian science and earned respect among Hungarian scholars. Despite facing challenges during the era of Jewish laws, World War II, and Cold War, he became a prominent figure in the scientific community of his adopted country, the United States of America. He visited Budapest multiple times until World War II. John von Neumann's first wife was Marietta Kövesi, and they had a daughter named Marina von Neumann-Wittmann, who later gained recognition as an economist and advisor to President Richard Nixon. In 1938, Neumann divorced Marietta and married Clara Dahn, one of the world's early or first programmers, and a perfect intellectual match. They emigrated together to the United States. Our honorary president of the Neumann Society, Professor Bálint Dömölki, has created a diagram depicting Neumann's publications. This diagram clearly reflects Neumann's strong dedication to pure mathematics, as well as the shift towards practical topics like computer science during his later American phase. These practical topics later transformed the entire world. He pursued studies in mathematics, experimental physics, and chemistry in Budapest. He further delved into philosophy, mathematics, physics, and chemistry in Berlin. At his father's request, he obtained a practical chemical engineering degree in Zurich, in addition to his deep interest in mathematics. However, he completed his doctorate in mathematics in Budapest. Neumann taught as a private lecturer at the University of Berlin and at the University of Hamburg. He taught at Princeton University from 1930. In 1933, he was invited to the renowned Institute for Advanced Study, IAS, in Princeton, where some of the world's most distinguished scientists, like Albert Einstein and Kurt Gödel, worked. In 1928, the Minimax principle was introduced for two-player games, where the goal is to minimize the maximum possible loss. This idea marked the beginning of game theory, which grew from mathematics and observations of games like cards and board games, even sports like poker, which Neumann enjoyed. Game theory assumes rational decision-making and applies to diverse areas. After contributing to set theory, Neumann turned axiomatizing quantum mechanics. His significant work led to the publication of the mathematical foundations of quantum mechanics. Later, he and George David Birkhoff showed that quantum mechanics requires a distinct logic from classical mechanics. In 1944, Neumann co-authored Theory of Games and Economic Behavior with Oskar Morgenstern, highlighting how game analysis can be useful in economics. This book became a cornerstone for psychology, economics, political science, and history, as these fields often rely on the concept of games. Game theory is seen as bridging social sciences and aiding the analysis of human interactions. Let's see Neumann the person. John von Neumann really enjoyed playing games, as his daughter mentioned in her book. If he were alive today, he might have been a fan of computer games, a real gamer. This makes him a great role model for kids, someone who liked to have fun and had a sense of humor. Eugene Wigner said that only an extraordinary mind like Neumann's could have contributed so uniquely to science. His logical thinking was a defining trait of his intelligence. Edward Teller mentioned that Neumann enjoyed using his brain for the joy of it. He loved many parts of life, but he found the most happiness in thinking and learning. According to Neumann's daughter, he was a mix of cheerful and serious. Sometimes he made her laugh with jokes, but other times he talked about serious topics like atomic war. His personality is fascinating, showing a mix of realism and optimism. His work reflects a strong sense of responsibility, rational thinking, and a love for learning. He cared about the future and wanted to help humanity. He was an interesting and sometimes funny speaker, and he even loved animals. He had a dog named Inverse. In 1937, Neumann became a US citizen. As World War II approached, he got involved in preparations against Nazism. He started focusing more on practical uses of math and advised on US military projects. From 1943, he worked on atomic bomb developments in Los Alamos. The secret project was the Manhattan Project, starting from a letter by Einstein to President Roosevelt. Hungarian-born scientists, including Neumann, were key to this, often called Martians, people from Mars, due to their unique language, a bit Hungarish like mine, and knowledge. Neumann's work with bomb detonation led to interest in high-speed computing. Despite knowing the risks, Neumann worked on the atomic program. He also became an influential public figure in the 40s and 50s, advising US presidents in important matters. As he said, however unproductive it is to meditate about politics, abstaining from it is impossible. His daughter Marina mentioned his dual life as scientist and an active figure in US wars. Neumann said, I am thinking about something more important than bombs. I am thinking about computers. In 1944, Neumann met Hermann Goldstein at the Aberdeen railway station, a leader in building the ENIAC computer, who told him about a powerful electronic structure. Neumann, known for his vast knowledge, saw that even his skills couldn't solve certain complex problems. He joined the team designing the ADVOC computer, a successor to ENIAC. He outlined the computer's principles in the first draft on a report of ADVOC. Neumann's approach focused on the logical structure of the machine, allowing it to work in different hardware settings. The principles he described are still the foundations of our computers today, although we push the boundaries nowadays. The first electronic computers were huge, hot, and needed frequent repairs. Neumann saw their potential for military and scientific use, although their widespread adoption was delayed due to their size and cost. Freeman Dyson said, the group around von Neumann led the world in ideas concerning the development and use of computers. In its way, this was as big as things as molecular biology or radio astronomy. Neumann personally led the design of a new computer called IAS, which was finished in 1951 in Princeton. This computer followed Neumann principles. He celebrated its completion with a party where an ice sculpture of the computer was showcased. The IAS computer became a model for similar designs around the world. The IAS, Neumann's most advanced creation, weighed almost half a ton and had 1,700 vacuum tubes. It around 5 kilobytes of memory and could perform 16,000 additions and 400 multiplications per second. This computer used innovations like William tubes for memory and small oscilloscope screen for display. It worked until 1958 and was reliable for its time, used in fields like nuclear physics and very important meteorology. Although many people mistakenly refer to Neumann as the inventor of the computer, he was not an inventor. What we now call a computer was the result of a series of innovations. Neumann's fingerprint is significant on modern computers, but also the work of German Konrad Zuse and Bulgarian-American John Vincent Atanassov are also crucial. And we haven't even mentioned the British Alan Turing on the predecessors from the 19th century, Charles Babbage and Ada Lovelace. We believe that the development of the computer required teamwork. It's very important. These geniuses from an international dream team and student Olympians need to measure up to them. Among John von Neumann's contemporaries in Hungary, we also find computer pioneers. We could mention Nemes Tihamér, a classic figure in cybernetics, whose name is carried by one of the most prestigious IT competitions in Hungary, Nemes Tihamér verseny, a gateway to Olympiads in our country. And Kozma László, a Holocaust survivor who worked on electromechanical calculators, including a machine accessible through a telephone line in the late 30s, early 40s. Most importantly, I would highlight Professor László Kalmár from Szeged University, who in the 50s built logical machines and laid the foundation for programmer-mathematician education in Hungary. You can see his artifacts in our Szeged IT Museum, definitely worth a visit. Kalmár was personally acquainted with Neumann, from whom he received a letter from recommendation in 1946, as shown on the side. In Hungary, the first computer based on Neumann's principles, the M3, was completed in 1949 based on a Soviet design, refined and further developed by the Cybernetics Research Group of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. The day of the presentation of the M3 is proposed by Neumann Society as a new celebration, the Hungarian IT Day, 21st of January. Rezső Tarján, the second director of the Cybernetics Research Group of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, and Győző Kovács, the head of the first computer center based on the M3, became dedicated supporters and promoters of Neumann's intellectual legacy. We are very proud that the Neumann Society was established by them in 1968. Neumann saw computers as a remarkable step forward in human advancement. He welcomed the development of new computers based on his refined principles, and in his Hölzerlov, he engaged with the mathematical and programming challenges they posed. Hungarian mathematician Professor Gyula Hobádovics noted that Neumann's genius not only gave birth to high-speed computers, but also solved mathematical programs arising from their use. Neumann pondered the not only practical but also theoretical aspects of computers. He introduced the concept of cellular automation in the 40s, a model where cells can take various states. He worked on a universal constructor with cells capable of 29 states. His last work, The Computer and the Brain, explores computers as automata, connecting neural systems and artificial components. His ideas shaped the evolution of cellular automata, leading to robotics and artificial intelligence. Gábor Bolyár, a Hungarian entrepreneur, likens the computer revolutions to the emergence of speech and writing. Neumann's foundational work paves the way for today's industrial revolution. Neumann's contribution spans cellular automata theory, impacting live games, genetics, and self-replicating automata. His principles influence the IT industry's reliability and even highlights into the human mind. His work bridges IT and brain research, holding fundamental significance. Well, this is a very important slide, but I try to make it short about Neumann's article, Can We Survive Technology? Neumann's made significant contributions to weather observation. He was, one moment please, he recognized the impact of carbon dioxide emissions on global warming and contemplated weather control. In the article, he foresaw the global interdependence brought by technology, the potential of nuclear energy, and the need for intelligent decision-making to handle these changes. Neumann believed that while technology brings progress, it also poses dangers. He emphasized the importance of human qualities like patience, flexibility, and intelligence to navigate evolving challenges. How would he view the information society, personal computers, video games, mobile phones, and the end of the Cold War and the current ecological crisis? This is the question. Neumann believed that future science would focus on regulation, programming, data processing, communication, organization, and system management. He emphasized that the effectiveness of a system depends on its organization and information flow, not just its components. Join us in celebrating the 120th anniversary of Neumann's birth. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's so interesting presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just take this one. But sorry, it's no time for questions. Maybe we can keep your questions until coffee break and then ask. It's really, really interesting to know about John von Neumann, and then you have many, and also Agnes, many more others what to say, and contact by coffee break. And now our next presenter is from Italy, Giorgio Audrido, and focus on competitive programming and Giochi di Fibonacci. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Valentina, for the introduction. Yes, so what I want to present is an experimental project that we had this year in Italy, which we call Giochi di Fibonacci, which is a competitive programming event for younger students. Let's see, yeah. So, we think that this was an important thing to do because it's very important to introduce computational thinking as early as possible to younger students of both primary and lower secondary schools, because if you acquire competencies in computer science earlier, then it means that you will be able to perform much better in your later years of school. And especially in Italy, the school curricula tends to be kind of old, has not been improved or changed much since the last many years, especially for primary and lower secondary schools. So there is not so much computer science thought at the level of school curricula, and but indeed schools sometimes they still do something in teaching computer science just by their own means. In Italy, for example, we have the Bebras International Challenge, of course not only in Italy, it's everywhere, but we also participate in that, which is a very large event. And then, for example, we have this Programma al Futuro, which is basically an online assisted courses in programming using a Scratch-like platform, and which many elementary, primary and secondary school use. And in a more local level, there are many more that I cannot list. But what we thought is that all these initiatives are very good, but they do not take the form of a contest, and so they do not really leverage the driving experience of competition, competitiveness, and in order to motivate students in acquiring new knowledges and perform better. And also, another thing that a series of contests might provide is to give a modular experience to the students, so that the like weaker students can just do the first phase and learn something. Stronger students can do more phases of the contest and learn more, depending on what they can really take from the event, so that we can basically also give some further boost to give the students. And this is particularly good in synergy with later contests such as the IOI. So our idea is was to prepare a contest which worked in 3 phases. In the first phase, we wanted to prepare a quiz that did not require any particular background and was open to everyone in every school that wanted to participate. We had quizzes on both logical thinking, algorithmic thinking, and program reading. It was somewhat, we of course took a lot of inspiration from the Webras challenge, although we tried to have a little bit more focus on programming specifically. In the second phase, our idea was to target the best students of each school. So it was still held in schools, but not for every student, only a few selected ones. And it was already all about pseudocode or block programming, like in Scratch. And in the third phase, similarly, was also on pseudocode and block programming, but it was only for the best students in the country, at national level. It was fully online because it's very hard to do an on-site event with such younger kids for legal reasons. So it was much easier to just have everything in line, both the contest and the awards. Of course, there is a very strong relation with Webras, a strong synergy. In practice, we schedule every phase after the Webras challenge, and we encourage everyone to first participate to Webras as a sort of first step that they can do to approach the topic. And not only that, but the first phase, we really took a lot of inspiration in designing the quizzes. So we knew that something worked, and so we tried to build from there. But of course, there are also differences. In particular, the Webras challenge is a challenge, meaning like, of course, every student has a challenge to overcome, but it's not so much about competing with other students, but more on competing with yourself. So, which is, of course, very useful, especially at this age. Having like the psychology of kids is complicated, so sometimes motivation can work, sometimes competition can work, sometimes maybe it's better to have a non-competitive challenge, but we wanted to also try to have this sort of more competitive-driven experience. And also, main difference that we have multiple phases with selections and different format, and of course that we try to have a progressive shift of the focus from general algorithmic and logical thinking to more practical programming, as much as possible, of course. Just, I would say, a few notes why we use the name of Fibonacci. So Fibonacci, you might probably have heard of him. It's Italian mathematician of the 13th century, and he's most famous for the sequence of Fibonacci and other things that he did as a mathematician. He's actually also one of the main person that introduced the Arabic numeral system in Europe, thanks to one of these books. And in general, even like the Fibonacci sequence is famous for many results that are basically generated with simple recursive algorithms. So in some way, it was maybe not already a computer science guy, but he was somewhat of a precursor. So we decided to use it as a mascot for our competition. And yeah, this parallelism was also stressed in some book about Keith Devlin, which parallelized that the computing revolution, let's say the hand computing revolution by Fibonacci to the computing revolution with machines that we had in the 1900s. Okay, so I'll give you a bit more details about the phases that we ran of the competition. So in the first phase was long for 1 school hour. As I said, was an online quiz platform, just open to anyone who wanted to participate. So just the teacher would bring the student to a lab and have them open the quiz page and have them have the quiz, or even they could print the quizzes and give them on paper so that they could solve them on paper, and then the teacher himself would just report the answers online. It was also possible. Of course, we have the 2 different quiz for the primary and the lower secondary school, but of course with many overlapping questions. So, for example, we have 4 logical thinking questions in primary school and 3 in secondary, with 2 in common. Algorithmic thinking, we had 2 in primary and 2 more in secondary. And the program reading questions were actually the same in primary and secondary schools. The results were pretty good. So we had also a very good participation, considering that first year we had already almost 12,000 students and almost 600 schools, a bit more secondary students, a bit less primary, but I mean, also the amount of full scores were proportionally similar for primary and secondary, so it means that probably the level of the contest was more or less correct. And the mean score was actually the same for both school levels. That was, of course, a coincidence, but it's also, we were very happy about that. It means that we managed to get the level of the questions right. So the mean score was, both mean and median was 20 out of 45 or 50, depending on the school level. For both school level, and in general, we had online feedback forms where every teacher was required to fill out how the student reacted to the test, whether they were satisfied, happy, and so on. And the satisfaction was very, very high. So we are very happy about the first phase. Of course, it was easier because we could take inspiration for Bebras, but it really worked. And yeah, I just have a few examples that we'll go through very, very quickly. For example, this was the first quiz for the primary schools. Was super easy. Basically say every Monday, Tip Tap is gathering 10 carrots from his garden, and every day he is eating a carrot. So how many carrots he has left at the end of the week? So it's very, very easy. Just 10 minus 7, but it was more for warm-up for the primary school students. Of course, we did not have tasks this easy for secondary schools. Then, as an example for algorithmic tasks, so you have this kind of number strips, and you can move them around, shuffle them in one way or the other, and you want to find out which is the smallest number you can read in a column. There's a bit more thinking, so you need to think, okay, for every row, I need to find the smallest number. And also, you could shuffle rows as well, so then you can sort the numbers. So the idea is that you already start introducing a sort of algorithmic thinking, because they need to understand that they need to sort and find the minimum of a vector. So this is really something that is going to happen when you write a program, but just in this context, you will just do it in your mind by thinking. And we also had some program reading tasks. So to be honest, of course, like primary school kids had kind of a trouble with those, but still there were people able to do them. As you saw, the number of full scores were actually pretty good. And so we had the program reading. Of course, we did not write actual programs. They had these flow charts telling, okay, yeah, you start from here, then you compare two numbers, you go there, you go the other way. So this is basically a program that computes the maximum between three numbers. And then they will ask them, if I give you certain numbers in input, what happens? So it will just basically need to run the program. Okay, I have much less details on the other phases, so don't worry too much. So the second phase lasted 2 hours. It was done through an online programming judge. We had integrated support for a sort of pseudocode dialect, and we had an integration with Scratch, which was not very good. Basically, you needed to go back and forth with the Scratch website. As again, we had different tasks in the school level with some overlap. The results were not so good this time. Only half of the students were able to score any points at all. And the feedback was mixed. I mean, few teachers and students were very satisfied, but most of them were not satisfied at all, to be honest. So there was actually the opposite. So some of them were very, very angry because they find having this kind of experience with an online judge was too difficult. The teacher felt they were not prepared to prepare the students for that. So that was a bit unhappy. I will tell something about it later. Yeah, there's a sample interface for this kind of contest that we used, but I don't think it's so necessary to read the task. The third phase was similar. We just had 3 hours and 4 tasks for everyone. The same task, actually, for everybody, and 3 of those tasks were actually in common with high schools as well. So we tried to recycle tasks as much as we wanted. The third phase was actually good. I mean, since we already selected people in the second, the people that were selected in the second were also able to do the third phase. So the third phase, everybody was mostly happy with the third phase. We were able to allocate medals reasonably, but still we are very unhappy about the second phase. So we tried to have a sort of reflection on what we should change, what we should keep. So overall, people was happy. So we will do this again next year. Also because at least for most of the students, this competitive experience was not detrimental, also on a psychological level. Instead, it was motivating. The first phase was successful, so we will more or less keep it as it is, maybe trying to give even a bit more focus on program reading to prepare for following phases. For the second phase, we want just to rethink it completely because it didn't work. And the third phase was successful, so we will more or less keep it as it is. But one thing I did not mention, that very few lower secondary school students were actually selected for it. And so we thought that it's maybe just too much for primary school students. So our plan for the future is that mostly we will rethink completely the second phase, trying to build it by following the same format of the first phase, so with quizzes, but in which algorithmic quizzes will have some increasingly complex input that you can, so that basically the first inputs you can solve it by hand, but then you will have to use blocks, something like Scratch, to solve it. We will use Blockly. I will see you a screenshot in the next question. And for the third phase, we plan to just say in the rule set that is only for secondary schools, so that also primary school students don't feel bad that they are not selected for the last phase, so there will just be no last phase for it. So we are already on the way of programming everything into our system. So this is a preview of something that it's like not fully working, but partially working. Of what will be a question inside the quiz that allows you to write a program with Blockly, which is something very similar to Scratch, but works easier to integrate in a website. And they can use this program to fill out the numeric answers for the quizzes. Yeah, so that's all on my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Giorgio. It's really interesting, but I'm sorry, time ran out, and again, questions for coffee break. So sorry, but it's really, thank you. I give you certificate.
Oh, yes.
It's for your collection.
Oh, maybe if I can just say one very, very quick thing, especially for people coming from Europe. I'm organizing a workshop in Turin in November, where different countries can exchange the tools that they use in preparing people for IOI and similar contests. I left you something in the pigeonhole, and in any case, if you have any question, please come to me. I'm very happy to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now our next presenter is Gal Bence, and you will have talk about microbits and unplugged activities, and thanks for your 2 papers, but you will present only 1 research.
So, hi everyone, my name is Ben Segar, and during my PhD studies, I developed an unplugged activity focusing on the introduction of microbits in elementary school. And now I would like to present this experiment and its results to you. First, I will speak about the session in general. After that, I will introduce the 2 parts of the session in details. And there were 2 questionnaires conducted, so I will show the results of these questionnaires. The session was held in back 2021 in grade 4, and there was 18 students. It was the children's first computer science class, and it took about 180 minutes, divided into 2 sections. And the focus was on getting to know the microbit and introduce it by an unplugged method. And in the first part, we got to know the microbit through the unplugged activity and role-played the programming process from coding to program running in real life. And after that, in the second section, we created the same program from the unplugged activity and implemented within the MakeCode interface. And both sections ended with a questionnaire, as I mentioned earlier. The first section, the goals of the unplugged activity was the following: teaching students how the microbit and its processes work, playfully demonstrate what the CPU has to do or what is the CPU's role. And here the students got to know some digital literacy concepts which are beyond their age. I would like to present the communication between the user and the device with this activity, and teach the definition of peripherals. And the activity was preceded by a detailed presentation of the microbit. The preparatory requirement for the unplug section was to print out some of the microbit-related blocks from the MakeCode interface, and here we created a simple program about waving robot animation. The students were given the role of certain part of the microbit. For example, the students in the role of buttons were given the task to notify the CPU if they got a high five or a touch from the other students, which means the button was pressed. So basically they played the role of the different parts of the microbit and modeling its process in real life. As you can see the picture, those who did not want to take on these roles were given the programmer role. They were the ones who created the programs and the program commands and use with the help of the printed blocks and pass them to the CPU. Before we start the role play, we discussed some programming concepts, like what is a program, what is a cycle or a loop in a programming world, and what is the role of the CPU, and what are the peripherals are. The second section. First, we created the program from the unplugged activity with the make code interface. Then the children have to extend the program themselves alone, and they have to create the waving animation for the other hand of the robot, as you can see the picture as well. After that, we created a sound meter program, which was a very simple and very easy program, but it was a very impressive task for the students due to the visualization, because the program plots a graph and changes it in real time according to the sound level. The students managed the tasks very well, but there were several difficulties. For example, it was the children's first computer science class. They have lack of knowledge of file and folder operation. They also have lack of skills to move confidentially and navigate in a computer environment. And for some of them, it was the first encounter with a computer. And of course, it was a very long session for that age group. The results of the success test of the unplugged activity, this was the first questionnaire. And I stated a hypothesis for this, and the hypothesis reads as follows: by the unplugged activity, students will be able to distinguish the different elements of microbits and learn some basic digital literacy concepts that only older generations are familiar with. About the questionnaire, 18 students filled the questionnaire. In the questionnaire, there was 4 multiple choice questions and 2 open-ended questions. The questions cover computer knowledge, of which only the concept of program appears in grade 4. The other concepts, for example, loop, sensor, peripheral, and processor, are only included in digital culture curriculum for grade 5 to 6 in Hungary. So now I'm going through the questions and its results one by one. The first question was, what is the processor for? Out of 18 respondents, only 1 person gave a wrong answer, marking the third option. It can be concluded that the group understood the basic role of the processor. Question 2, what the sensors do? The sensors were only mentioned biverbally during the activity. So since learning did not take place through experience, it was expected that we would get a weaker result. But 10 students correctly gave the first option as an answer. The third and fourth questions are closely related to each other, as they had to decide on the different parts of the microbit, buttons and display, whether they are input or output peripherals. Distinguishing the peripherals is still a difficult task, not only in grade 4, but in grade 5, according to my experience as a teacher. So based on the results, it can also be stated that as a result of the activity, they answered correctly in a large proportion to the question asked. Question 5, what the program is. It was an open-ended question. Here you can see the definition that I gave them, but considering the age characteristic of the students, I accepted all those answers as correct solution that included the following expressions. It contains instruction, it gives instruction to the computer, or instruction after each other. Almost 3/4 of the group gave an appropriate answer to the question, so we think that the activity may be suitable for them to learn what a program is. And the last question was, what does a loop do? This concept, as I mentioned, is not part of the grade 4 curriculum. As correct answers, we accepted instruction, repetition, repeating part, repeat something or repeat a process, repeat the thing several times. The result here is also convincing. Out of the group, 14 students gave a correct answer to the question, and only 4 students failed the task. It can be stated that the activity may also be suitable for illustrating the loop. Success of the activity. The group scored at least 70% on all questions. Everyone reached 50% individually, and they were able to understand and distinguish between the different parts of the device and their function. And based on the above and the results, it can be stated that the hypothesis was confirmed. The next questionnaire was a satisfaction questionnaire after the second part. For this, I also stated a hypothesis, which was the following. Even such a robotic session can arouse children's interest and motivate them to engage in robotics, in computer, or nature science classes, as well as in their free time. This hypothesis was important for my further doctoral studies as well. And the questionnaire was completed by 16 students. One student had to leave, and one student refused to fill the questionnaire because he kept programming the microbit device instead of filling the questionnaire. Within the framework of this questionnaire, I was mainly interested in how much the students enjoyed the activity and how the whole activity affected their motivation related to robotics. It contains 3 Likert scale questions and 2 yes or no questions. The first question was, how interesting did you find the session? The fact that all students gave the highest marks shows that the method tested is capable of delivering interesting lessons for everyone. The next question was, how much fun did you have? 15 students gave the highest rating of 5, suggests that a significant proportion of the class had a very enjoyable experience of the activity, and all answers were considered as a positive answer. Responses for free time usage are less consistent. In my opinion, this is not a problem, since the aim of using the tool is to make classroom activities interesting and to introduce programming effectively. But here there was not a single negative feedback, just only one neutral. The other answers considered as a positive answer. These 2 questions were intended to assess the group's openness towards microbit in order to determine whether further research with the group would be possible in the future. This was a good basis for my further research, focusing on robotics enhanced and microbit enhanced nature science education. The answer to the satisfaction questionnaire were overwhelmingly positive for all questions. Students enjoyed the lessons and found it interesting, and most of them would use the microbit at home in their free time. In addition, all the students were open to using the device in their future computer science and science lessons. At And it can therefore be clearly concluded that the hypothesis that even such a robotics session can arouse children's interest and motivate them to engage in robotics in computer and nature science classes, as well as in their free time, has been confirmed. And the conclusion, it can be concluded that the use of the robotics and unplugged method positively influence learners' understanding, help learners to acquire knowledge beyond their age, provide a playful, active education, and implement the mechanism of learning by playing. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Bence. You saved some time, so you 2-3 minutes you can get questions. So auditorium, no attention. You can, if you would like to ask Bence about his research, you are welcome. No? Nobody. Okay, so maybe you keep your questions for coffee breaks or later.
Maybe.
Okay, thanks, Bence, one more time. Thank you. Thank you. And our next presenter, also from Hungary, and Laszlo Gabor Menihart. Yeah, and your title is very easy. It's about elementary algorithms, prefix sum.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm Laszlo Menihart. And we wrote this article with Laszlo Zsakó, and I will present now this. I would like to share some thoughts about prefix sum. Everything is mathematics. We could read this title on one of the first slides of Gábor Képes presentation about Neumann János. I just refer to that presentation because it will be the frame of this presentation. So I would like to talk about the basic task of prefix sum, but I know the audience here are teachers, and I hope everybody know this, so that is why I will share some statistics and some variation of the main task. It will be, that is why I will be very short, and my presentation will be fast. Okay, so go back. I would like to show some statistics for 2 tasks on our competitions. So the question is here, what I mean about our competitions. So we organize some competitions here in Hungary, like Nemes Tihamér online programming competition. It was mentioned by Gábor as well. And we have some practice and selector competition to the European Junior Olympiad and European Girls Olympiad in informatics as well. And we have a talent search university program programming competition, where there are different years, different students. So they, in the first group, they are from the secondary school. In the other students come from the university. So we teach algorithm structures at first, like sequence, conditional loops, and after that we teach basic algorithms and pattern of algorithms. And almost immediately we teach problem solving strategies like gradient strategy, dynamic programming, and next, graph algorithms, binary trees, and these type of tasks will present on the competitions a lot of times. But there is a small gap between this, and we asked, what is here? And now, a lot of times we skip this the elementary algorithms, And from here, we choose the prefix sum now to make a bit advertise to this. Because nowadays there are a lot of web pages and other articles and books when elementary algorithms are taught as well. So what is this? Let's check this task where there is a series of numbers with an element in X, and it contains both positive and negative numbers. Give the interval A and B of series where the sum of the elements is maximal. So we need to figure out an A and B numbers where we add these elements, these numbers. The value will be the maximum. Otherwise, if we choose other elements like P and Q, all of them will be less than it. So first of all, we can solve it very easy with a naive solution. We sum up the values between A and B, or I and G. This is a for loop, and we check all the possibilities. It could be good, but it is very slow because the complexity looks like here. We have to add a lot of elements, and on the third is the complexity here. We have 3 for loops. Instead of this, we could use the prefix sum, where we start with the pre-work element. At first, we summarize the values in an S series, in an S vector, and we store these values. And now I will show you how it looks like. Here are the indexes. Here are the values in the X. And in S, this is the prefix sum. We store the elements that are calculated, and now we store it as a cache, in the cache or in the memory or something. How can we calculate what is the sum, how can we summarize these elements between 1 and 6? So now it's easy because we have to just subtract with this 23 the first element. And if we need we have to summarize the elements between 3 and 5. It's easy because here the elements is 11. We can calculate it. We subtract from 19 the 8. So it shows the result, and now it is easier. So it will be faster if we use this, because we have only an n steps calculation, and after that we have now only n power elements. So we have 2 embedded for loops here. Okay. And now about the variations. This strategy can be used not only for summation, but other type of task as well. Basically, in cases where operations are associative and there is an inverse. So we can. So here is the expression of this. For example, when we have to multiply the elements and we can divide the elements, it can be easier to calculate as well. But of course, here the values cannot be 0. Okay, and we can modify this type of task as well. We can add extra steps. In the previous task, we saw maximum selection, and now we don't add the minimum selection. There is a typo where I wrote this line. Here, this task is about, and not about subtraction, the number of the male and females. So we didn't add this. We will see another extra step later with which it will be more easier than this calculation. So basically, again, it is, we can solve it with the naive solution, 3 for loops. But if we use the prefix sum, it will be the same what we discussed. And now the trick. We can add the new step, and this is the order. So now it is possible that we not only summarize the values, so we create the S series, but after that we order the elements, and here we again would like to get the minimum differences, but now we will looking for the minimum difference between two values in the S vector. And now we can calculate with this the originally solution if we store not only the number of the elements, not only the values, how many users are there on this event, but if we store the indexes, and we, of course, in the order, the order will change, but here the indexes, and we can calculate that between the second one and the third one, here are the minimum elements. So if there are 6 women and 7 men, and here are 7 women and 6 men, the originally question was create a programming that period during which a total number of men and women was the closest to each other. So we are looking for this minimum value. Okay, so here the trick is with an extra step, the extra step is the order. On the competition, we had a lot of students who they solved this problem, and we saw that we got a lot of different points. Here are the points between 0 and 30. It looks like the solution were naive solution, who get between 31 and 70. It means these students used the prefix sum. And the optimal solution was with the order. They got points between 71 and 100. And here you can see the statistic. This 13% of the student solved with the naive solution, and 31% of students used the optimal solution. They were girls from the secondary school. Okay. Another variation, when we can use matrix. Here we have big land n times m rectangle, and we have a farmer, and we know what kind of parcels they can do something or lose or profit here, and we have to figure out which is the rectangle when they get the greatest profit. So now we have not only one-dimensional but a two-dimensional problem, and that is why the solution is here more complex, and on the 6th with the naive solution. Here we can use the prefix sum as well if with the preliminary work we summarize the values from the first element. So here it contains some of the values of this. Here it contains some of the all values. And we can do it with an power step with 2 embedded for loops. And now it looks like this. So if we want to figure out what is the value of this rectangle between I, J, and U, V, we can calculate this value if we know what is the value here. This is it contains the whole information. We subtract the value from here and the value from here. And now we can see that this part was double times subtracted. So that is why we have to add back 1 times. So that is why now we can get the whole value of this area. So now the algorithm looks like this. With 4 embedded loops, we have to calculate the value with the previous expression. And again, now we are looking for the maximum value here. And now, with an extra step, with the mathematics, we can sometimes we can add new steps. And in this other task, where we know that how many points, exactly 8 points, are in this area. So we don't know the position of the rectangle. We don't know how it looks like. This is a rectangle and not a square. And that is why a lot of other solution could be here. So the naive solution looks like the same. With the prefix sum, it is the same. And now, with the mathematics, we can calculate, it is possible, we can calculate the last index. So we don't have to check every time how many elements, exactly elements are there. So we check how many elements are there. Instead of this, we calculate the 4th index. And with this, now we have only n on the 3rd. We have only 3 for loops, so the complexity is n on the 3rd only. The question is, do we have other possibilities? And the answer is yes, with the divisors. So we can calculate the divisor of A in a D vector, for example, which that has C elements, and we can do it in the square root A steps, just because it's enough to calculate, because we can calculate other divisors, of course. So now it's enough if we use the 3rd for loop, not to n, but only till the C, the number of the divisors. So with this, and this is less value, so now it is close to n power complexity. Here we had 2 different competitions, one for the secondary schools, one for the university students. And here we can see that the optimal solution, so this one and this one, the older students were with more knowledge, And that is why here the optimal solution was 46%, as I remember, yes, 46% without optimal, and here only 25% in the secondary schools. And so here a lot of secondary school students could solve it with the naive solution, and some of them made it, the solution was good with luck. So here you can see the points good with luck between 0 and 15, and the naive solution was between 16 and 40, and above them was the simple cumulative solution with the simple prefix sum. Here we show the divisions and so on, what we discussed earlier. So to sum up all our findings, the younger competitors, the more naive solutions. Basic method can be learned easily, but they do not figure out they don't figure out the prefix sum, so we must teach this method. And the more mathematical knowledge, the better solution. And this is the frame of the of my presentation. So thank you for your attention. And now I hope we have some time for questions. And immediately I have a question, but I would like to change a bit after the presentation. So could prefix sum be part of an IOI task? What do you think?
So, okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And we have 1.5 minutes for questions.
Yeah.
Yes, if somebody has question or suggestion to Laszlo Gabor. Nobody still, maybe
okay.
Thinking. You will get
Thank you very much.
later your questions. Yeah, okay, thank you. And, thank you. So we have 2 presentations from Indonesia. I'm really happy that first one is about Indonesian bebras, but the co-authors cannot come here, so they asked Brian Marshall to present. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I think first of all, I'm sorry to interrupt your enjoyment in looking at the scoreboard. I believe that's the main interest of the day right now. But anyway, let me help you to understand a bit about what happened in Indonesia bebras by looking at this data. Again, like what Valentina said just now, I'm not the author of the paper, but I'm here to help them explain about our findings. So first, let me start by giving a context about how computational thinking or informatics education is in Indonesia. So prior to 2022, before there is this thing called as independent curriculum in Indonesia, informatics and computational thinking is not a part of the curriculum at all. Informatics is an elective subject in some school. So some school, typically the more advanced school, have informatics as their electives, but it's not compulsory, and it's not in the curriculum from the government. However, since 2022, when the government, especially the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, introduced the curriculum, the independent curriculum, now for the elementary school, computational thinking is actually integrated into the curriculum. And for junior and senior high school students, informatics has becoming a compulsory subject. So this is one of the progress as a context of computational thinking and informatics in Indonesia. However, one challenge remains, which is the inequality of the facilities among all the cities in Indonesia. For those that are not familiar, Indonesia is such a big country with big population. and there's still a lot of gaps in terms of the quality of education, especially the infrastructure among the cities, from the top tier cities and the small cities. Now, a bit of context about Bebras Challenge itself in Indonesia. This is an annual contest. It involves informatics or computational thinking concepts. And we in Indonesia look at it as a good potential means to improve the informatics and computational thinking skills of Indonesian students. So on top of the positive change in 2022 by the government, we do believe that doing Bebras Challenge annually will also help us to push the quality of the Indonesian students in this field. Now, the question itself in Bebras Challenge is not using a computer. It's a written challenge, and therefore we also see this as one of the solutions to the inequality challenge in Indonesian geography, right? Because if you are talking about the lack of infrastructure, now if it's a written contest, everybody can do this. This is a bit of further context about our participation in Bebras Challenge. So we started in 2016 with about just over 1,000 students. But over the years, we have grown the student all the way to close to 30,000 by 21. So we can see this is as a very hopeful and growing number of Indonesian participants. And this shows how Bebras is getting increasingly known in Indonesian education. One of the push to this growth, especially in the last 2 years, 2020 and 2021, is what we call Gerakan Pandai. It's translated in English as a smart move that we do, sponsored by some sponsors, to actually go onto a roadshow and teach a lot of the teachers across Indonesia to socialize about Bebras Challenge and computational thinking. Now, when we do the challenge in Indonesia, in Bebras Challenge, we divide the students into 4 categories based on their age. So the first group is up to 3rd grade, and then 4th to 6th grade, 7th to 9th grade, and 10th to 12th grade. So these are the 4 categories based on the age of the participants. Now, in this paper, what we want to address is the answer to these 3 questions. One is how suitable is the difficulty level of each group to the problem set that we give to them, right? Whether the problem set is easy enough or it's too difficult for each of the category. And then we want to also answer the question about what is the general description of the abilities of Indonesian students in computational thinking and in informatics. And then last one, we want to just explore whether there is any interesting information that we can get from dissecting and exploring the scores of the students. So later we will look into the distribution of the score based on task, category, language, and also the time span by the students to complete the challenge. Okay, the first chart here is we look into the youngest category of student, and we see that the graph, so the x-axis is the score, the y-axis is the number of students getting that score. So first, if we start by the youngest group of students, we can see that the chart is slightly skewed towards the right. So in general, there are more students who score higher as opposed to scoring low. So the author of the paper implied that for the youngest group of students, the problem set that we set for the challenge is suitable. However, on the other 3 charts, we can see that the chart is somewhat more skewed to the left, right? So there are more students that cannot even get more than 50% score. So this is we see as one of the challenges that for the older age group, the scores are lower. Now, another interesting attribute that we see here is also the language of the problem set. Because in Indonesia, by Best Challenge, we actually distribute the problem set in 2 languages. So the student can choose whether they are participating in Indonesia, Bahasa Indonesia, in Indonesian language, or in English. And we see generally that the student who participate in English language score higher than those that participate in Indonesian language. Right? One of the potential problem, I mean, we are still researching on this, but one of the potential reason is the challenge in translating the problems. Right? So because the problem itself initially set up in English, and then we translate it into Bahasa Indonesia. So there may be some challenge when we translate the problem, and so that the problem is somewhat getting more difficult when it is translated into the local language. Now, we go deeper into the problems that we gave to the students in each of the age group. We first start with the youngest group, and then we see that 3 out of the 8 problems score very low, less than 50%. And the low success rate is problem number 8, where only 25% of the students get it right. One of the attribute that we highlight here is that 7 out of the number 1 to number 7 is a multiple choice problem, and the last one is a short answer problem. So it seems that the short answer problem getting lower score. And one of the pattern also is problem number 2, 6, and 8 is actually a problem that consists of algorithmic thinking concept and another concept combined to algorithmic thinking. Another interesting feature here is also we see that specifically in task number 8, the difference between the English and the Indonesian language students is very different. So if you see this, okay, the way we read the chart is that the blue is how many correct answers. The red one is the wrong answers. So we see that across the chart, the blue bar is somewhat similar. However, specifically in task number 8, the left one, which is English, score higher than the Indonesian students, right? Almost twice. The English speaking student score right or answer correctly compared to the Indonesian language. So we also further see that probably there is a problem in translating the task, and especially the problem is more impactful given the fact that the problem itself, the task number 8, is a challenging task. Now this is the score distribution in the second age group, and we see that in this age group, more questions are actually, the students answer wrongly in more of the questions as opposed to the one that they can answer correctly. So you can see here, out of the 12 questions, 8 questions, only less than half of the students can get the answer right. And again here, we see some patterns that in most of the case, the English language score higher, but particularly in task number 5 and task number 9, which is again also, among the most difficult tasks, the English speaking one score way higher. And again, the same pattern that the task that consists of the concept of algorithmic thinking and evaluation is the one that the students found challenging. This is the third age group, and again we see the similar pattern with the second age group, that most of the questions found to be challenging for the students. So only 3 out of the 15 questions can get more than 50% students answer correctly. And this is the last age group from 10 to 12th grade. Only 2 out of the 15 questions where the students can, 50% of the students can get it right. The other part of the research, we are exploring on the time span for the students to complete the challenge. So we see that, again, I think it's aligned with the low scores as we getting into the older group. Here also, as we getting into the older group, we see that the time span getting longer. However, interestingly also, because of this exercise, we realized that there are some peculiarity into the time distribution. There are a few students who actually scored very high in a very short duration of time. So as we understand this information from this research, we are currently investigating whether there is some dishonest or some cheating happening because there is some irregular, unusual time span from some of the students. Right, so the red boxes are the one that we say just now, who got high score in less than half of the duration. So we are investigating whether this unreasonable data indicate some dishonesty into the challenge. So some of the conclusion that we have here that the author concluded is, first, the difficulty levels of the challenge for the youngest group is somewhat appropriate or suitable, but for the rest, it is somewhat still challenging, and we have to review because the author think that if it keeps being very challenging, it might actually discourage for future participants, right? Because everybody scored very low. And one additional point perhaps is, from my personal point of view, is that when we think about this computational thinking, we actually hope that this can be a good bridge to IOI. However, if we see that only the youngest student find this useful, then there's a big gap somewhere in the middle, right? Because IOI, we see it as like, the most challenging one, and then the youngest group problem set is the easiest one. It seems like we only got it right on the both ends, but somewhere in the middle, we haven't find a suitable challenge to engage with those population in between. And again, in general, so the description of the informatics abilities and computational thinking abilities for Indonesian students is somewhat still needs improvements. We understand that this is also because the government just started the initiative to include this into the curriculum. So there is still a long way for us to go, but we do hope that our continuous effort in Bebras Challenge will again give positive contribution to the improvement of the abilities of Indonesian students in the field. And last one, given some peculiarity of the time span in the research, we also going to implement more rules in the future so that we can ensure there is more fairness into the competition, given the fact that the challenge itself is done online, right? So I think in the past, really, I think the spirit is just to get more and more students to participate. But now I think as the number of students participating get higher and higher, we have to introduce more policies and rules so that we have proper fairness into the challenge. All right. So again, this is the suggestion. Challenge must be discussed further, especially on the older age group. And then the preparation of the task might want to also review whether the translation is done right, because there is a lot of difference between the English speaking and the Indonesian speaking students. And then last one is the policies and the rules to introduce more fairness into the system pertaining to the challenge. All right. That's all from me presenting the Indonesian Bebras data in 2021 in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, a lot. So this is certificate for your presenting. So we have a few minutes. If somebody has question, we have a couple of minutes, maybe. Oh, we have question. Yeah, we need to give. Yeah, Georgia.
I'm here.
Ah, yeah, lady, you get microphone.
Here.
Oh, right. Okay. So my question is, so you mentioned that the difference in performance between the English and Indonesian version could be due to translation, that's
Yes.
true. But it couldn't it also be the case that it's not due to translation error, but more like a selection bias? Like, for example, if we were to do something similar in English, in Italy, I know that probably the students that would choose to do the test in English would probably be the best students, or at least the students from the best schools, if they are not the ones choosing, but the teachers are choosing. So it looks like that could also be a possibility, that it's not really that the translation was wrong, but more that it's just that students that are better prepared are the ones that are gonna choose the English version.
Yeah.
For streaming, it's better.
I personally agree with that. I mean, when I was about to present the paper also, I think that is also the first thing that come to mind, that I think in general in Indonesia, I think the best schools start to use English as their teaching language. So I think, yes, there may be some selection bias there. However, I think what the author want or is trying to explain here is that the fact that on some of those tasks that is challenging, the result of the translation is actually longer. Right? I mean, the problem statement itself is longer in words. Right? So there is actually the early indication that probably we are making the problem more complicated, given the fact that the words count itself is longer than the one in the English statement. So I think that's what the author is currently trying to investigate. But I think, yes, that's a good note, and I think we shouldn't exclude that from the possibilities also that there is some selection bias, given the fact that best students, best schools using English as their language. Yes, thank you for the notes.
Thank you. Thank you both for question and for answer. And I think that it is a really interesting research in Bebra's community. We are doing and we are going to do more, especially also Italian group focus on this, because we have so big data that we can apply some neuroscience and some other recommendations and tools, and to understand better what is this cognitive skills, how students learn, how is that is really, I encourage who are interested in this research, so you can just check on bebras.org website. There is some research group you can easily in Netherlands, in other countries that you can join and to do more research. And actually now with Finland, with Sweden, Estonia, Lithuania, so we also trying to dig in this big data and to extract what is useful, how to teach better computer science programming. So thank you again, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay. So, and our last presentation before coffee break, we will have video from our alumni, Professor Tom Verhoeven, and his paper is published. Maybe you notice that he many times he provided very interesting papers, and now this time he focuses on recursion. I really recommend to read this paper and to make comments, because he already made video and put on YouTube, also on stream, on the live stream, and you can comment, and it's really, you can introduce your students, your contestants with recursion, and it's really interesting subject to talk and to discover how research can be done.
Dear IOI friends, thank you for the opportunity to explain to you the main ideas behind my paper, Understanding and Designing Recursive Functions via Syntactic Rewriting, that I wrote for the IOI journal this year. I'll start with an introduction, then show you the approach to understanding and how to reverse it to do design of recursive functions, and then a brief conclusion. Consider the recursive function defined in Python, rec. It has two parameters, integer n, string s, returning nothing, but it prints something. If n equals 0, it prints s, and otherwise it loops b over the bits 0, 1, making the recursive call with parameters n minus 1 and s plus b. What does this do, you may wonder? Well, you could try an example, like calling rec with 2 and the empty string, and you'll find out that it prints this. So you may think that this prints all the bit strings of length n. But then, why is there this parameter s here? And what about this s plus b? Why is that not b plus s? In the traditional approach to understanding, students are asked to trace the execution of a concrete call, say this same call that we saw earlier, and then you can sketch out the call tree. In this operational approach, you follow the execution of the program. rec2 and empty gives rise to a call rec2 and the string 0, gives rise to another recursive call, and that eventually leads to a print. And this dances up and down, so multiple invocations of this function are active at the same time, and which ones are active changes dynamically. Also, this is controlled by a stack that is invisible to the student, and that makes life not so easy. Okay, so there is also an axiomatic approach that I explained in the paper, but I'll skip that here. Let's move on to the rewriting approach. So we start from that same call, rec2 and the empty string, but rather than executing the program, we're going to rewrite this into an equivalent program. Here's the definition again. So we can replace that call by the body, and in that body we replace the parameters n and s by their actual values. So here a 2 and an empty string, and another 2 and also another empty string. Now this program, we can also simplify that a little bit, because this condition is false, so we can drop it, and then all that is left is this for loop with a recursive call. This empty string plus, we can drop that as well, so that finally we have this much simpler program. For b looping over 0, 1, make the call rec1 with b. Here we can also eliminate this call by doing a substitution again, which we show here. Now n and s are replaced by 1 and b, 1 here, and the b over there. Well, b, okay, here we have a b, and this would introduce another loop with a b. But these should be different variables, so we rename them. b1 in the outer loop, and I've renamed it to b2 in the inner loop. Now we have an if statement, again with a condition that can be simplified. This is false. So again we can drop the if part and focus on the else part. Now we have two nested loops, still with a recursive call, that we can replace again. Replace again by the body, in which we substituted for n0 and for s b1 plus b2. And this can be simplified further, because now the condition evaluates to true. And so it's just a print, dropping everything else. So what remains is two nested for loops printing b1 plus b2. Clearly a program that prints all the bit strings of length 2. And you probably now find it believable that when called with argument n and s, it actually rewrites to n nested for loops that print s plus b1 plus b2 all the way to bn. Now the ... make this not Python, so Python doesn't have syntax for a variable number of nested loops. Okay, let's look at how to design functions this way. The article describes 5 steps, and you could follow these steps to solve the problem that we have just seen a solution for, printing all bit strings of length n. If you do that, you will discover the program that we had before. Actually, now you also discover the contract. But there is another way of doing this. So let's assume that we have a program that can print bit strings of length 2, and we want to use that to print bit strings of length 3. Our first choice was to say, okay, we introduce a loop at the top, and the recursion will solve the remainder. Now this recursive solution here needs to do a little bit more than just printing all the bit strings of length 2, because it has to print bit strings of length 3. So this is a function that takes an extra argument, a string that it has to prepend before the things it is printing in the leaves. But we could also have decided differently. We use our program to generate this tree of depth 2, and then we decide to split all the leaves to give us another level. So this box is a function. Rather than printing all the leaves, it has to do something different. It has to apply a certain function that is provided by the client code. And what is that function doing? Well, here it would just be printing things. But if you split the leaves, then apparently this function in the leaves is doing a loop and only then printing. If you apply these steps, then we have a concrete example, concrete program that solves the problem. We decide to focus on the middle for loop to solve that, to put that in a single layer of the recursion. And now the nested for loops, rather than being done in the recursive call, handled by the recursion, we assume that this part has been handled by preceding layers of the recursion. And the outer loops will be handled by the recursion. So apparently this function that is going to do this layer of the recursion receives a function f that is handling what is to be done in the leaves. And now we have to modify that into a function that will also do this additional layer and that function. So what we get is a solution that looks like this. We receive an f from the outside, from the preceding layers of the recursion. We cook up a new function g that loops over the bits, calls f and appends that bit. And then when we have that function g, the recursion will generate a tree that has a depth that is 1 shallower and uses function g on all the leaves. In the case n equals 0, the base case, there are no for loops, and so f can just be applied to the empty string. This gives rise to the following program. If n equals 0, f is applied to the empty string. This f is an extra parameter, which is a function that takes a string as argument, and the default value for that function is the print function. In case n is not 0, but greater than 0, we define a function g using f by looping over the bits and calling f inside that loop. And this new g is then fed to the recursive call that uses n-1 as the level and g as what to do on all the leaves. Now this is a tail recursive definition. There is no work done after the recursive call. So we can transform this into a loop. Here is the condition for the base case. This is the situation where the base case does not apply, and so the nf is assigned n-1g. That corresponds exactly to what we see here. And once the loop is over, we are in the base case and f is applied to the empty string. If n equals 0, then f being print is just applied to the empty string, being all the bit strings of length 0. You can simplify it even more. And so apparently we can write in Python a non-recursive program that behaves like a variable number of nested for loops. Actually, this program constructs a function named f that behaves like those nested for loops. And so you could say this is a form of metaprogramming now. Interesting. In conclusion, so this rewriting approach complements the operational and axiomatic approaches. I'm not claiming it is the best, but it does have some advantages. It is purely syntactic. You don't need to know about a stack Rather, you need to be aware of introducing fresh local variables to avoid clashes, and there is no exponential blow-up. This was inspired by functional programming, where beta reduction is actually the rewrite step, beta reduction from lambda calculus. But it turns out that this also works for imperative programs. You need some care in case there are other side effects and returns. So what we see is equational reasoning on the level of whole programs. For details, see the full article on the IOI Informatics.org website. And I thank you all for your attention. In case of questions, email me. Thank you once more.
We thank Tom, and we will send certificate and this picture, and I think that I can send many thanks from you also. And now we will have coffee break, 15 minutes, and then we continue. Thanks. Panko, together with his colleague, and you know that Pavel, I think that the most author whose papers are published almost in every journal. So that is now, and Pavel will talk about latent and evident knowledge to compose and solve tasks in informatics. So thank you.
Good day. We explore Socrates' idea that a common person, especially a contestant, if asked, knows, can invent and discover many ideas. Also, new types of tasks are proposed, and it is demonstrated that the well-known notion Turing complete language doesn't include time and cannot be called computational universal. Our main document, syllabus, provides us all necessary knowledge, included topics, and forbidden to be necessary knowledge, excluded topics. However, there is a disclaimer. The ISC may wish to include such a competition task in order to broaden the scope of the IOI. The ISC will make sure that the task can reasonably be solved without prior knowledge of the particular topic. That it is Socrates' idea. We are going to demonstrate this disclaimer. It meets almost all mathematics and total sciences, human abilities, and knowledge of life and using tools. But the following remark. Initial stages of annual Olympiads in informatics are conducted online usually now. And contestants can refer to public artificial intellect source. And we advise excluding tasks which can be solved by artificial intellect. So we will consider the task without repugnant mathematical formulation that thin lies mean neglectable. Firstly, popular at initial stages of Olympiads, task 1, last digit, given large number. What is large the digit of, for instance, 7 is this power. Most of contestants will be successful in the tasks. But if the contestant protests that Fermat's little theorem is not included in syllabus, that's why I could not solve this task, then the jury may respond. You could count F2, F3, F4, F5s and note the regularity. That's the ability to make small mathematical discoveries is meant at Olympiads. And the following task, drawing, given a number, and the following 10 segments are drawn on a plane. You see the list of these segments. Given 2 points, and if both points do not lie on these segments, then output -2. If one of them does not lie, then output -13. Else output the length of the shortest way between them along segments rounded up to integer. If the contestant protests, there are not algorithms to find an optimal way in such a vast graph during 1 second. How will we solve this task? it is my question, how will you solve this task? The first step is to draw these segments, these 10 segments, and the paper which is given to contestants. And the second question, what does this drawing mean? It is also my question to you. First hint, where are we now? Where are we now? Another hint, this image is in this hole. This image is in this hole. Who answers? What images are in this hole? No, it is not a circle. There are segments. Look carefully. What images are in this hole? Yes, but it is not IOI. The first hint, where are we? What images are in this hole? Let us continue. And the following task. It is the technical multi-transportation. If the contestant protests that three-dimensional pattern matrix is explicitly excluded in syllabus.
Sorry, please.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. And that if the contestant protests that three-dimensional Manhattan matrix is explicitly excluded in syllabus, that's why I could not solve this task, then jury may respond. Neither at the three-dimensional space nor Manhattan matrix are mentioned in the text of the task. If you interpret this media as a three-dimensional space, it is your problem, not jury's one. And all hints the contestant's abilities of imagery, spatial imagery introduced by smashing imagery are supposed to. And the following remark. Each contestant is supplied with writing instrument and paper, but they must not deliberately write large signs and erase paper because it is a prompt. But when the contestant makes a permitted passage through the hole, they can read writings by other contestants. This fact is not provided by contest rules. And the next remark. Yesterday, at the practice session, a girl made an airplane of given paper. I saw it. Some tasks may provide objects, drawing, Möbius band, polyhedron topological torus, we call such task natural. And also there may be they may rise an expectable idea such as this airplane. Since the contestant is given paper, they have a right to make or draw or paint such objects to facilitate solution of the task. But such object is visible from afar and will be prone for neighbor contestants. The next task is the triangles. At first, contestants will be frightened by arbitrariness, but after some attempts, most of them will be successful in this task. Because Euler's theorem is, by our experience and by Socrates' proposal, is obvious for many of people. And if the contestants protest, then the regime may respond. You could construct in a sequence of operations and obtain a result. Or the simple way is to invent Euler's formula. It is not difficult. And calculus, or mathematical calculus in other languages, is explicitly excluded in syllabus. Nevertheless, the task minimization. Give any function. Find argument of its minimum. If there are some such numbers, then I would put the greatest of them. The author of the task and the jury is obliged to calculate the derivative and to prove that it increases. But the contestant can easily guess that h of x is unilateral function, guess and implement the effective trisection method. Also, the next item, non-trivial calculations of floating point numbers, manipulating precision errors, trigonometric functions are explicitly excluded in syllabus. But the following task on regular polygon. Given the regular polygon with 64 vertices. And find such a square, the kth vertex is with the squared. And the other solution of the task do not use trigonometrical functions. It uses only Euclidean distances and Pythagorean theorem, which are included in syllabus. But the contestant can write a program for floating point numbers in a minute. It is a very simple, yes, it is a very simple solution. And will the jury accept the solution? This is a juridical question. By rules checking of text of programs is linked only to the text. Contestants must not attempt to submit illegal programs, etc. And further special knowledge on various sciences. By our experience, many contestants consider variables and solve tasks on static, kinematic, gravitation scales, the lever law, liquid snow, the law of reflection, the law of impulse conservation. And as example, the task rain on properties of liquid. Many instances were successful in these tasks. And there are two obvious tasks in chemistry: equalization and number or construction of possible isomers of given set of atoms with prescribed valences. And general or common terminology and knowledge. One example is mentioned in syllabus, odometer. We list traditional notions at persons, animals, ways, crosses, villages, cities, walls, cars. Also, we proposed voxels, time axles, printers, and future printers for other using. And various natural tasks can be composed on the notions of ideal, thin, inextricable, for instance, rope, and other household items. And nowadays, computers cover anyway almost all universe known to mankind. In our turn, we are to cover more aspects of life by Olympiad tasks. Firstly, what algorithmical language is suitable for such purposes? Well-known statements which are also meant in the Olympiads. A system of data manipulation rules is said to be Turing complete or computational universal if it can be used to simulate any Turing machine. But by our opinion, such language is neither complete nor universal. A simple comment that in 2 seconds output Seget cannot be written in it. Maybe the reason is the following, that a computer and some animals have built-in timers, but a human does not have a timer. So, Turing did not think about it. About, for instance, Tanscade, just in time, given numbers, write a program to output their sum in milliseconds after running. And this task is very simple, but as we know, it was not proposed at Olympiads. We hope that this report will draw attention to more general problem, especially for international students, which study in University of Szeged too. What latent and evident knowledge and skills are necessary for successful life, study, and work in our changing world? And how can Olympiads in informatics contribute to this problem? Thank you for attention.
So, thank you. We do not have time for questions, but so thank you very much. Can you give this microphone? So now our next presenter is from Hungary, Marton Visnovic, and will present about programming in schools in Hungary.
So, hello everyone. My name is Marton Visnovic, and I'm a PhD student and a software developer. And I did a little research on teaching programming in Hungarian schools, and I would like to present it to you. So, First of all, I would like to talk about my motivation for doing this research. And it all starts with me, little me, who is a software guy interested in web technologies. And I just wanted to learn more about what we teach in schools, how we teach it in schools, and if web technologies and web programming has a place in all that. So that's how I started during my MSc studies at Eötvös Loránd University. And I did a little research in one of my final years in university about what is the syllabus for teaching computer science in schools, or as it was called, informatics. That was the name of the subject back then when I did this research. And there were like official textbooks, and I analyzed those and basically did a small research as a university student about that. And some things have changed since, because in 2020, there was a new national curriculum introduced in Hungary with new topics, new subjects, and even the subject informatics was renamed to digital culture. So there was like a big change in what we teach in schools in terms of programming. And along with it came new textbooks as well, with new topics, new programming languages and stuff like that. And I just really wanted to learn more about what changed, how it changed, and again, back to my roots, if there is any place for that web programming topic in all that context. So I took a look at these new textbooks and the new curriculum from the government to see what changed and how it changed. And yeah, it contained lots of changes in terms of when we teach computer science, how we teach it, what tools we use. There are some recommendations in the textbooks, and I wanted to get a bigger picture on that. So the question I asked, that was the subtitle of my presentation, is what do we teach and how do we teach it? And the extra question I asked, what is the relation between the curriculum and reality? So what's in schools and what should be in schools in terms of the curriculum? So that's what I wanted to learn more about, and also how the new curriculum changed those things that we do in school. So if there was any change in the actual practice of teaching programming in schools in the light of the new national curriculum. So what I did is I conducted a survey with informatics teachers / digital culture teachers in Hungary, and also I asked the help of the educational authority to provide me with data from final exams in the past years, because in Hungary there is a final exam, an optional final exam that students can take at the end of their high school years, and one of the subjects is informatics / digital culture, and I wanted to see what programming languages, programming environments do students use on that final exam. So I managed to get response from about 170 teachers from all across the country, from the capital, from larger cities, smaller cities, and I managed to get my hands on 8 years worth of data from final exams from the educational authorities, and I did my little evaluation on this data set to see what's happening in schools and how does it relate to the new national curriculum. So from here on, I will present to you lots of charts about the data that I collected and I received. And we will look at some trends as well. So this is the first data set that I collected from teachers. So the question was here, what kind of programming languages do you use in school to teach programming to different age groups? You can see here that these are percentages, so how many % of teachers use a certain type of tool or programming language in schools. And I separated it to two categories, like graphical and block-based environments and languages, and then coding, like textual programming languages. So this is the first one about graphical and blog-based. As you can see, the yellow bars, Scratch is really popular when it comes to teaching programming. I think that's not a big surprise to anyone, and it actually is in good alignment with the new curriculum, which has a heavy focus on Scratch. We also have the aforementioned microbits here from the first years up until year 10 in schools. So you can see that microbits are also very popular. And again, that's something that in the new textbooks, that's something that's recommended by the new curriculum. So that's in good alignment, even though this data was collected in the year that the new curriculum came out. So actually the curriculum seemed to have been aligned to what's happening in school and newer trends. One interesting thing is logo, because logo is not really present in the new curriculum. It is mentioned in a way, but the textbooks has basically nothing on logo, but still you can see that, especially in the lower years, it is still relevant in school. So we still use logo to teach programming and algorithmic thinking to kids. So this is what these little badges mean, that if it's in alignment with the new curriculum or not. As you can see, we use Scratch, we use microbits, which is something that is in the new textbooks, but we also use logo, for which there's like very little support now that textbooks omitted it. What about coding, actual code-based languages? As you can see, this is more relevant to from year 7 till year 13. This is like filtered data, like for the most popular languages. Some languages were so underutilized that I did not include them in these charts. But as you can see, with the yellow bar again, Python is something that is really popular in schools, especially around year 9 and 10. And again, this is in good alignment with the new curriculum because the language of choice in the new textbooks is Python. It used to be Pascal and BASIC. Now it's Python. I think we can see like an improvement there. Also, there are some other languages that are really popular, like C#. So C# is the most popular language in years 11 to 13. And there is one important thing to note here is that not all schools have digital culture subject in these years. So this data that C# is so popular can be a little distorted by the fact that it's mostly like IT-focused special schools that teach informatics in these years. One other thing that was interesting in terms of my PhD is the relevance of JavaScript. JavaScript is a newcomer in terms of teaching programming because it's never been like really present in any kind of like formal curriculum, not even competitions, not even textbooks. It's relatively new, but as you can see, about 20-25% of teachers use it in schools to teach programming. So I consider that relevant. And we have like the classic languages, C#, not C#, C++ and Java as well, present in these charts. The other thing I wanted to learn more about is how do we teach programming? So this was more about programming languages and environments, but the other part of the survey was about methods and types of tasks that teachers give to students. You can see all the categories down here, starting from turtle graphics up until application development, like real mobile apps, desktop apps, web apps. And I asked, again, in different years, what kind of tasks do you give your students to teach them programming and algorithmic thinking? I think it's no surprise that turtle graphics is more popular in the lower years, while fundamental algorithms like classical programming is more popular in the higher years. But I think there are some interesting things to note here in this chart. For example, one surprise for me was everyday algorithms. When we use normal everyday concepts to explain something that is an algorithm in the background, is used more in like the later years. I would have expected this to be something that we start with, like, okay, I go to buy ice cream, how do I do that? And explain it to a smaller child, but to my surprise, it turned out that it is more used in the later years. Another thing is robotics, the red bars. It's also like becoming more and more significant. We've heard talk about using microbits and robots in school, even for like really young children, and it is there. So teachers are using these tools to teach the students about algorithmic thinking and programming, which is again very good because that's something that the new curriculum recommends. I also were interested in the use of animations and graphical games, and these are more popular in like from year 5 to 8. And this may be the effect of using Scratch as a tool with which we can do basic games, we can do animations. So there is an effect here in terms of what kind of tasks we use, which may or may not be influenced by the tools we use to do this. So in terms of the curriculum, the new curriculum, which recommends using robots, it's good because it's there. We are doing that. But again, one outlier is Turtle Graphics, so Logo, which is not really supported, but about 60% of teachers still use it in some form. It may be Logo, it may be Python with Turtle library, but it's still there, and we're getting less and less support from textbooks. So that's something to keep an eye out for. Next up is the final exams. So as I mentioned, I got my hands on 8 years worth of data in terms of what programming languages and environments students choose to do their final exams in. In Hungary, the final exams is basically 100% classic algorithmic programming with some file input outputs and stuff like that. And students can select from a predefined set of programming environments when applying to the final exam. It is important to note here that they don't select a language, they select an environment. So as you can see here, the most popular by far is the Visual Studio environment, which, based on the data about languages from teachers, is most likely C#. So here you can see the dominance of C# when it comes to these C-style languages. And you can see a short decline in the usage of C++ in the final exams. Java is also like slightly increasing in usage, but the big change in terms of programming languages during the years comes to the next chart, which is this. So the big change that you can see here is the fall of Pascal and the rise of Python when it comes to programming languages and final exams. So Pascal used to be like the predominant language of teaching programming in Hungary. And you can see it in the data that how it's losing its popularity. It's still around like 5%. So 5% of the students in 2020 still used Pascal to do their final exams. But you can see the clear trend of declining usage of Pascal and the increasing usage of Python. So to summarize it, yeah, I'm confused by the two controls. So in order to summarize this, in schools, the new methods recommended by the new curriculum are relatively widespread. And Python and C# are the most popular choices when it comes to text-based programming languages. Logo is still there, so we have to be on the lookout for supporting that because we still use it. And to no big surprise, fundamental algorithms is still the thing that we teach in high school. One other thing to look out for is JavaScript, because it's there, it's modern, it's trendy when it comes to online education, so that's something that we should focus on, and that's what I'm doing in my PhD research. And on the final exams, which only consist of fundamental algorithms, C# and Java are getting more popular. C# is the most popular. C++ is losing its popularity, and Python completely took over the place of Pascal. And again, one thing to note about JavaScript, JavaScript is not an option for students to take the final exam in. It's not among the supported or listed languages, so that's no for students if they want to do that. And that's all from me. So thank you very much for your attention. You can find my email address there, so you can ask questions if we have no time. I suppose there's no time for questions yet left. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marton. Maybe if you have one short question for 1 minute. Okay.
Short question. Was this data just for gifted students or just all students?
All students.
Okay.
So like the data from a final exam is like all students who took the final exams in informatics. As for teachers, it was a mix of different schools in different parts of the country. So yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You can find that data in the paper if you're interested.
So, thank you. You have certificate. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, and continue with your research, and maybe next year another paper. So now we were asked to exchange two next presentations. So at first will be Peteris and then Brian. So Peteris, you will talk about mathematics and informatics competition. So that is interesting to listen to you.
Hello everyone, I'm Pēters Pakauns, I'm from Latvia, and today I will tell you about a very fun, informal contest that we are holding each year in Latvia. It's called Team Competition in Informatics and Mathematics, CESIS. CESIS is a place where this competition is now hosted. Okay. So in presentation, I will give you a short summary of competition format, its history. Then we will go into depth about its tasks, some interesting solving strategies, and we will discuss about how we manage submission format for this kind of tasks and how we are executing solution grading. As you see, this presentation will be more overview. If you want to see the details, please read the article. And in this presentation, we will see what kind of relations there is between recycle bins or crocheted objects with informatics and mathematics. So, competition format, we have 3 high school students for 5 hours trying to solve 10 tasks. We are giving them separate room, writing utensils, and they can bring supplies such as chess pieces, domino piece, or other such kind of supplies. And we are giving them 1 computer for whole team with internet access, full internet access, and with no software restrictions. They can use whatever software, whatever internet sites they want to use. Only restriction is that they are not allowed to communicate with third parties during contest. So if anyone knows similar contests where such a free reign of power is given to students, please feel free to tell me after presentation. So, and we have 2 rounds. 1 remote selection round, where teams from whole Latvia is participating, and then we invite best teams to finals. As you can see, this contest is very informal, because in finals we have 5.5 hours for contest, but in the middle of the contest we have lunch break, because eating is very important, as you know, for brain power. And we have, in total in Latvia, around 300 participants from 25 schools participating. For Latvia, it's a very large number. And this contest has already been held 27 times, 20 times in Ugāle, and then it was switched to CESIS. So let's go into tasks and their solution strategies that are interesting. As I mentioned, we have 10 tasks, and we only require participants to submit solutions, so they can arrive at the answers at whatever way they want to get to them. So we do not limit solutions, how they try to solve them, but we just ask answers. And we expect the tasks can be solved by hand or with computer. They can write programs, they can use spreadsheets, they can even find the answers out in internet resources. They can do that. Or they can use existing software if they can find such software that solves this task. And we believe that ideal tasks are those that can be solved in both ways, both by hand or computer, and participants need to decide how to use computer resources efficiently. Yes, and similarly as in EOI, we have subtasks with different amount of points, partial scoring, to make this task more interesting. And what's very interesting in this kind of competition, as technologies develop with time, the solution strategies, how to solve tasks, changes. And tasks that were possible or impossible in the past are now possible, or vice versa, not possible. So, more normal tasks that we see in normally in mathematics context we are giving to students too, like combinatorics, number theory, geometry. But we are sometimes giving these kind of tasks with some kind of twist. For example, we are finding mathematics task in some kind of old article, and then we give it to our students and ask them to solve this task. But sadly, this task is written in Gothic style, so firstly, participants need to learn to read Gothic style, and then they can start solving the task. And we often have small subtasks which are very easy to solve, and harder subtasks that require some kind of insight to approach solving them. One task type that's very interesting that for which solving approach has changed with time is geometry tasks. In past, we could ask simple questions like measure distance, angle, area, and we gave some kind of geometry construction, and they needed to calculate this kind of values. But now there are tools like GeoGebra, where participants can construct these structures by themselves and just ask, please give me angle between these two lines. And this GeoGebra, for example, works even with 3D geometry or structures that have repeatable construction steps. In GeoGebra, you can write a little bit script. I think it is JavaScript, where you can say how to construct the geometry structure. But still, participants need to learn to use these tools, how to construct these kind of figures, and these answers are real numbers. They are not exact answers. We ask exact answers, and still participants need to decide how to convert it to rational number. Sometimes there are multiple denominators that are very close to a given real number, and the participants need to somehow decide which rational number is the correct one. Then we have a lot of tasks where the best answer is not known, and we ask participants to generate the best answers that they can generate. For example, one task where we ask participants to construct subtractive triangle with specific size, minimizing the maximal value in the triangle. In the task description, for this kind of problems, we do not give the structure name, we give structure properties. And then participants need to solve this task. Sometimes they can find out the structure name, for example. And one interesting solving strategy is to just look up for answers. And one good source of answers is the online encyclopedia of integer sequences. If they can find out structure name, sometimes there are sequence already with solutions in this encyclopedia, or on other approaches to solve this task for small structure sizes, and then search for sequence by using values. but there are often multiple sequences matching these given values, and still participants need to decide and read the sequence description to decide which is the correct sequence. But still, not for all sequence all elements are known. For example, in this task, only first 13 elements are known, and we still can give larger subtask so that we can still require some kind of insight from participants to solve larger subtask. Then we are normally giving one data processing task where we give some kind of data source and require participants to answer different kind of questions about provided data. And normally we intend that participants will use spreadsheets, but they can write programs or use other tools if they want to. Then in this competition we have a lot different puzzles. We have domino and polymino puzzle variations, Sudoku puzzles. We often combine some kind of puzzles like place domino pieces such that chess knight can move in some kind of way. We often self-invent puzzles. We have a lot of fun with them. And one interesting example of tasks that we are giving often to finalists is some kind of task in physical reality. We often give some kind of object or some kind of physical object near school that they need to reason about. For example, some examples, how many meters of yarn were used to crochet this object, or what's the volume of recycle bin and its lid. And even two lampposts on opposite sides of school building, we need to measure distance between them. For example, this last task was very interesting in past. It was given like 15 years ago, but currently it's not as interesting because everyone can look up Google Maps, satellite view, something like that, and just measure the distance. So this is one example where we as task setters need to check that currently there doesn't exist some kind of tools that make this task very trivial and not interesting. Or at least it's very hard to find, and it's interesting to find this tool. Then we were inspired by GeoGuessr, and we decided to give some tasks where we give participants some kind of information, often image, with some kind of event in it, and then ask participants to answer some kind of questions about this image. And the internet solution, for example, in this kind of tasks is just Google reverse image search in this current example. Then find out the article it was written about, then use this information and image to find out the exact location in Google Maps Street View. But still we are checking participant reading comprehension, because often participants do not read the article and they can miss details, like to determine date of the event. Participants need to read carefully that in the article it's mentioned that the event happened yesterday, not on the date that article was published. And we often have tasks where, at least we as jury intend the participants will just read the task and start solving it on paper. Of course, they can use computer, but we at least expect them to use pen and paper only. But there are different kind of teams that make very interesting solutions for these kind of problems. And then about solution evaluation. We have two different kinds of difficulties. First difficulty, we have a large number of submissions in semifinals. And in finals, we have small time between end of the contest and the awarding ceremony. So we need somehow to evaluate this kind of complex, different tasks very efficiently. Previously, everything was done in handwritten format. But since it's hosted in CES, we are trying to automate some parts of it. CES State Gymnasium teacher Diana Siliņa was used Excel spreadsheets to automate parts of the evaluation. And last year we tried out hosting contest on interactive website. So here you can see example of this spreadsheet. We prepare submission template where participants can like input their answers, and then we have evaluation spreadsheet where the submissions will be graded. So participants fill out the submission forms, then they send them to email address at the end of the contest. Then we have scripts that imports all answers into one Excel spreadsheet, and we evaluate and score the submissions. But there are some problems that spreadsheets for some type of tasks are not very good because it's very hard to represent some kind of answers in Excel or define them very well, or we do not have live scoring of submissions, and if there are some kind of mistake, we cannot fix them in time. So I had some free time, and I decided to let's write for fun a website that will judge this contest. So we have a website where we have interactive components for this kind of tasks, where you can compose submission forms from multiple reusable components. And sometimes if there is a task where we do not have a component, then of course we will add it to website implementation. And then we prepare submission evaluation programs too, like in competitive programming. Then, as in competitive programming, participants submit solutions directly on the website, and during contest we can already evaluate the submissions automatically and check that they are correctly evaluated, and already see the scores. And after contest, we can provide partial results to participants for them to check that testing system is working correctly. And just an example from grading program, it's very similar to competitive programming, where both jury and participant submissions are given to program, evaluated with the same criteria, and then compared and graded. And if there are some kind of errors, they are raised to jury for checking. And we provide a library that helps to parse these interactive component outputs to make writing these graded programs more comfortable. And of course, at the end of the contest, we have awarding ceremony, and winner team, after the end of the contest, after being awarded, has the responsibility to cut the cake and distribute it to all other participants of the competition. Then we have a large celebration about successful contest. And if you want to try out solving some tasks from this year's finals, you can check out the website, but it's in Latvian, so use a translator. You can contact me to receive your results, or if you have something else to discuss, feel free to contact me or find me on social networks. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Peteris. And we have time for one short question. Oh, okay.
So my question would be about AI. So in a competition this open, where you can use any tool you want, how do you handle the usage of AI? Is it allowed? Is it something that you are aiming to include specifically, or is it something that's banned?
Very nice question. At least as far as I know, no participant has yet used it to solve some kind of this task with AI yet, but we expect that they can use this tool, and it is a powerful tool that I think high school students should learn how to use, and if they know how to use it and can solve this kind of task with these kind of tools, then they need to be awarded for that. So I think they are very powerful tools.
Thank you. One more question, maybe short, if somebody interested. Oh, so thank you. And our next presenter is again Brian Marshall, and he will talk about management of team for IOI. I think it's very interesting for all of you.
Okay, so thanks, second opportunity to speak on the stage today. If earlier today I was talking about our report in the earlier stage, which is the BEBRAS Computational Thinking Challenge, now I'm gonna explain about our report, which is pertaining to the change of approaches, process, management in preparing Indonesian IOI team. Again, this paper is authored by my colleagues, but I'm here to help them present the findings. All right, so let me start with a little bit of context about Indonesian involvement in IOI. We first participated IOI in '95. It was one student and one leader, and we got a silver medal back then. And then about 7 years after that, in 2002, we first have our national Olympiad. So earlier, prior to 2002, we have like quite a sporadic recruitment. The coach will go to some of the top school, recruit the students, and then train them all the way to IOI. But starting from 2002, we have this, what we call in Indonesia, Olimpiade Sains Nasional, which is National Olympiad of Indonesia. And from them, then we start having this pool of 100 participants from all the provinces in Indonesia. And then from there, then we start, selecting 30 students, 16 students, 8 students, and eventually 4 students. So this is kind of the steps. The National Olympiad starts with about 100 students, and then we select 30, 16, 8, all the way to 4 students. And at these stages, P1, P2 is basically our training stages. Each of the stage consists of a national training camp where we call off all of the students to come on site to a training camp, and we have about 2-3 weeks of training and practices. And then more recently, last year we were the host, and the journey to become the host start by a bit that we start talking about in 2017, but it was still a very early stage of a bid, so it was not decided for us to become the host by then. But then the subsequent year, in 2018, we were decided to become the host for last year. Now, that particular experience and chance to become the host gave us 2 objectives. One is we want to become a successful host, but secondly, we also want, when we become the host, get our best achievement. So when we talk about success in the achievement, what we mean is that we want to get gold medals. In the past, so prior to the bid for becoming the host, we actually already got gold medals, but the distance between the 2 medals is quite long. Once we got in '97, and the other one we got in 2008. And since 2008 until the bid for host, we never got any gold medal. However, at the same time, actually, I can add a bit of note that since 2016, we consistently have all of our students get medal at least, even though it's bronze, right? So no students come from Indonesia since 2016 and come back without a medal. All right, so now we're going to zoom in into the changes, the challenges that happens in the last particularly 4 years, right? So again, that was the period, the specific period of time between our bid as a host all the way until last year when we became the host. So a couple of challenges that the author identified. One is that we experienced the pandemic, right? So on-site training camp, like what I mentioned earlier, was not possible. And then, of course, we get students from all across the country, so different schedules of their schools is inevitable. We also have a huge gap in skill from the many students that we recruit. And also another challenge that we identified is in the regeneration of the scientific team, right? Because this is not something easy for us to, keep having the alumni of each batch to become the coach for the future batch. And then also one of the initiatives that we already started since about 5 to 7 years ago was to have a sparring competition with other countries. But then again, I think all this change with the pandemic situation bring a lot of variety into the new approaches and new schedules. So it's becoming more challenging to have the right schedules for sparring competition with other countries. All right, so what changed in the past 4 to 5 years in our approach in Indonesian team? First one is that we start introducing this role of a head coach in the team. So in the past, our approach is more like, we have a group or a committee of coaches, but there is no like one specific head coach who become the ultimate decision maker of the training camp, right? So it's more like a collaborative process without the one leader who decide the strategy, the overall strategy, and the ultimate decision making for the training. Number two, the change that we did also is that we introduced a lot of pedagogical method, so things outside of the problem set itself that we try to introduce, that we try to teach to the students. Other changes also pertaining to how we try to push the bar of the National Olympiad itself. So I remember, for example, in the past, typically there were a lot of modules which we assume the student will only get it in the national training camp, right? But now we try more and more, I mean, of course, with the help of a lot of online media also, including our own competition portal, so that we can actually distribute and socialize a lot of modules earlier on, right? Not in the national training camp itself, but anyone can access the modules before the national competition. So the national competition itself, now more and more we can actually introduce a lot of advanced materials, advanced modules to become tasks in the national Olympiad. So, I mean, simply put, is that in the past, typically in the national Olympiad, we don't assume that any students have any background in formal training in competing Olympiad, and all the modules that they require for IOI will be taught during the national training camp. But now, the assumption is slightly changed. Now that we assume all students can have access to the internet, can learn about the modules by themselves, and therefore, in the National Olympiad, we can already start testing their skills pertaining to those modules that are available online. Other interesting approach also, outside of the task itself, like what I mentioned earlier, is like a simulation in terms of the time zone. I think in the past, different competition have different rules, whether the contest starts in the morning or it starts in the afternoon. We understand that, some students might behave differently if the competition happen in the morning or in the afternoon. So we are actually trying to experiment with, a various practice and competition time so that the students can be good regardless of the timing of the competition. Other changes also is that if in the past the sparring contest typically is only with one other country, now we actually start to do more sparring contests with multiple countries. So it's like making a small IOI, small contest, small events among a few countries, and by doing so, we believe that the students they get experience to see how other countries, other students from other countries can compete with them, right? So that they are not afraid that IOI itself is their first experience competing with other countries. And then another thing is also the emphasis on the pre-national online training camp. So prior to the training camp itself, we put more emphasis into the pre-training. It was mostly done online. So prior to the national training camp itself, we introduced a lot of this online pre-national training camp. And then again, based on the experience that, in the past, sometimes, we already prepared the students very well. They know the modules very well. They are smart. However, in the competition itself, we understand more and more that the factors that impact their result is not only that. Right? Sometimes, things are just not right during the competition. They are allocated to a place where it's too hot or it's too cold or it's a bit noisy. So, during the training itself, now we incorporate a lot of simulation pertaining to those X factors so that they are not, new to that, disturbance or interruptions during the competition itself. Now, moving forward, of course, online will not become the norm again. We believe that there will be more and more on-site training. However, at the same time, since we cannot occupy the students, full year to be on-site, so we want to keep the pre-national training camp to be online to be done. But the national training camp itself will start going back on-site. And then we also want to put more emphasis on archiving the problems. From every year, from every competition that we can get, now more and more we put a lot of effort into archiving them in a good format so that, again, it can be available online for all the students in Indonesia, and then they can learn by themselves from the platform. Also, we want to have more experience to have sparring contests with more new countries. I think in the recent years, it's mostly, the Southeast Asian countries, but looking forward that we can actually have a sparring contest with countries outside of Southeast Asia also. So if any of you, find this idea interesting, probably we can test for the next year IOI. Prior to the IOI, probably we can have a sparring contest with your country. And of course, last one is that the fact that in the past few years, we can get 1 gold medal in most of the years. Moving forward, our next goal is to get golds instead of just gold. One as opposed to, more than one. Right, so as a conclusion, I think the recent years, given the momentum of the IOI 2022 as a host, which of course give us a lot of new problems and challenges also, that give us a lot of boost also. And in fact, the achievement of Indonesian team was improved, and looking forward for more improvements in the future. And hopefully, this report gives you some inspiration on what you can probably incorporate into your training camp. Thank you.
So, thank you. We have more minutes, like 4 minutes for questions. So please, who are interested, you can ask Brian and his team, big team in Indonesia. So, questions? No?
I'll be available.
Yeah, you maybe.
Yeah.
So, thanks again.
Thank you.
Brian, you are the
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
and I wish many gold medals next year.
Thank you.
So now we are approaching to the end, and now it's time for our another sponsor. Who is sponsor? We will have person. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. A few minutes earlier.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to attend the IOI event. First, I'd like to address my appreciation and thanks to all organizing entities and individuals. Briefly introduce myself. My name is Shuai Sheng Guo. I'm currently the president of Huawei Warsaw Research Center. I joined Huawei 12 years ago. Since then, I worked mainly in the area of software. So during my career experience, I've cooperated with many colleagues and talent people, and many of them, they have like a different contest background. So privately, I respect this group of talent. I think they have very good academia and industrial joint skill and ability. So today, let me represent Huawei to introduce some information and fact about our company. Huawei was founded in 1987. We are a private company wholly owned by employees. Currently, we have around 200,000 employees, and more than half of them work on research and development. We operate in more than 170 countries and serve more than 3 billion people all over the world. We invest heavily in basic research, concentrating on technological breakthroughs that drive the world forward. We have gained considerable recognition for our continuous progress. Like in 2022, we positions at rank 96 in Fortune Global 500 and 4th position in European Industrial R&D Investment Scoreboard. So what business domains does Huawei operate in? So let me briefly give you an overview of our business portfolio. First and foremost, Huawei is a leading global provider of ICT infrastructure and smart devices. In this area, we focus on information distribution, interaction, transmission, processing, storage, learning, and inference, and provide innovation products, solutions, and services for carriers, for enterprises, and for consumers. We are also expanding into the intelligent automotive solution and the digital power solution. As the current trends towards intelligence and decarbonization are set to continue, so we feel this is a natural expansion of our business. Based on the technical expertise we have built up over past decades, so our diverse business portfolio helps us stand out from the crowd. Overall, Huawei's business currently includes ICT infrastructure, devices, Huawei cloud computing, digital power, and intelligent automotive solutions. So next, I will cover each direction briefly. First, let's take a look at ICT infrastructure. ICT infrastructure will serve as the cornerstone of the intelligent world. It will also underpin the secure and reliable operations of all industries. ICT infrastructure includes sensing, connectivity, computing, storage, as well as fundamental technologies and basic softwares. As the fully connected intelligent world is fast approaching, ICT is being used in more industries, reshaping production models, processes, and organizations, and driving these industries forward. Next, I'd like to introduce our businesses in devices. We have expanded into B2C market, becoming a global tech brand that is loved by consumers. Over the past decades, our device business team has focused on mobile phones, working on delivering a seamless experience across all scenarios. We are now entering a new era in which scenario-based devices and ecosystem-based services are shaping user experiences. This will create a new trillion-dollar market, and we have a major role to play, in which I'd like to especially introduce Harmony OS. It is a Huawei-developed open-source operating system, empowers all scenarios experience. So by the end of 2022, the number of Huawei devices running Harmony OS exceeded 330 million. The next business area is Huawei Cloud. Cloud is the foundation for industries to go digital and intelligent. So we are committed to provide public cloud services and hybrid cloud solutions that are stable, reliable, secure, trustworthy, and sustainable. Huawei Cloud is also working alongside other industry partners to bring the benefits of new technology to all. Digital power is another key strategic area for Huawei. It plays a critical role in helping achieve carbon peak and carbon neutrality goals. So we focus on developing leading products and solutions in fields like clean energy, clean power generation, energy digitalization, green ICT power infrastructure, mobility, electrification, and integrated smart energy. In 1885, Carl Benz built the world's first production vehicle, and today there are more than 1 billion vehicles on the road every day. Technologies like new energy, AI, 5G, and cloud services are being integrated into the traditional automotive industry. This is accelerating the industry's transmission towards electric, intelligent, and connected vehicles. So our goal is to help car makers build better vehicles. As consumers, we normally only see the products, but the core technologies behind the scenes are what give Huawei our competitive edge. As a tech company, Huawei has long been investing in research in areas like mathematical algorithms, materials science, and cooling technologies. Huawei has more than 80 labs focusing on fundamental technology research and over 170 joint labs and innovation labs around the world that we were established in partnership with leading universities and institutes. As I mentioned at the beginning, we believe tech contests serve as an important platform for industry and academia collaboration. So we build Huawei problems raising and solving platform to promote mathematical and basic research and to help to cultivate young talent. So Huawei sponsors international contests, academic conferences and contests, and university contests, and jointly provides young people with platforms to understand cutting-edge technologies and show their talent. Huawei currently identifies and cultivates top talent by supporting international tech competitions, both financially and also by supplying these competitions with technical challenges. These competitions also expand the horizons of participating students as they have the opportunity to put their theory into practice. Huawei will continue hosting training events and sponsoring international tech competitions, providing professional coaching along with other resources to the tech competition community. The last part, to achieve sustainable development, Huawei will continue to increase R&D investment and create more value for all industries. Ultimately, our goal is to allow everyone to benefit from technology. And based on our scientific hypotheses and business visions, we have identified 2 scientific questions and 8 technological challenges. The 2 scientific questions we care are, first, how do machines perceive the world, and can we build models that teach machines how to understand the world? Second, how can we better understand the physiological mechanism of the human body, including how the 8 systems of the body work, as well as human intent and intelligence. Also, we identify 8 tech challenges we see they will forge the future. We don't go to the detail, but mainly these are also the topic and the discussion we'd like to discuss even here and in following days together with you. If you have any ideas and questions and your proposals to industry we'd like to discuss together. So to the last, we believe that together we can do more and do better as the collaboration between industry and academia. And we cherish the value of young talents. We expect to establish a systematic mechanism to help young talent to grow and to cultivate them in their study and work paths. So we welcome, all universities. We welcome all tech community to cooperate with Huawei. Thank you very much. So let me address my appreciation again to all organizing entities and organizing individuals for IOI event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we have now our last presentation. It's like between papers and sponsors, but it is more announcement about Olympiad in teams and Stefan Vasescu. So you will inform. You have some minutes to inform, and maybe it's your station. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me on this panel. I would like to actually start this speech by thanking all of the organizers of the IOI for having me, but especially I want to thank Giorgio, who is over there, and also Laszlo for the invaluable help that they have given me over the summer in order to prepare everything we had to do, including the speech and also the new websites and the other projects we have been working on over the years. Their help has been very important, and I hope that with this speech, I will convince as many of you to join our project in the future. First off, I would like to start by talking about what the contest is. So the International Informatics Olympiad in Teams, also known as IIoT, is a Team Olympiad in Informatics that started 6 years ago in Italy, and ever since more than a dozen countries joined over the years in the competitions. And it's a contest that involves teams of 4 students who can use 2 computers. And during this school year, we prepare a monthly contest from November to February. Then we have the national finals around March, and then the international finals that take place around May usually. And what's very important and very nice about our young and innovative project is that the way we conduct these contests is very friendly to every nation that wants to join. As earlier on, I think it was Brian who was mentioning that the possibility of having contests with multiple countries around the world. And in a way, our contest is a contest that fits this criteria. So it's also a way to invite him, Indonesia, and everyone else, actually. And what's very nice, as I was mentioning earlier, is that during the rounds, we have a global team that works to prepare the tasks. So we have people from every country that's part of the IoT. And the main advantage of doing this is that we end up creating many high-quality tasks of all levels, as one of our main goals is to ensure that we grow the national competitive stages, competitive programming stages around the world. And this means that we need to cater to the needs of both the more experienced contestants who can view these contests as a way to further develop their skills and to practice for the contests, while also for the less experienced contestants that can start out and can get guide. Oh, yeah, you can go. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. 1 second. How does this work? What? Oh. Okay. Yeah, so. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize I could use this. Okay. Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier about the teams, the teams are of up to 4 students. They have to be from the same school or club or organization. In a way, the purpose of this rule is to make sure that we encourage as many communities as possible to start from developing maybe even just a local competitive programming or computer science club around their, let's say, town or school or region. It's something that can bring a lot of improvement and can change actually even communities. So this is the purpose of this rule, while also ensuring that the best contestants also develop very important skills such as leadership and teaching, and by doing this, they make sure to bring more people into the competitive programming world. As I was telling about the problems, that we have our global team that prepares the problems, and we have representatives from every country. And one really interesting and very important aspect to the success we had so far is that we have a lot of experience when it comes to preparing problems. And also, many people who are nowadays in these scientific committees, in the problem setting committees, have been former contestants of IoT, including myself, actually. So in a way, we foster further growth by catering to the ever-changing needs of the Olympiads in informatics and the ever-changing increase in difficulty, which we do our best to accommodate in order to serve as a good preparation for the contest. The national selection, as I was telling you earlier, we have rounds from November to February. So every month we have a new problem set. And what's very good about this setup is that the organizing efforts in order to conduct this contest in our country are actually very minimal for the qualification rounds and even the national rounds, as the 4 qualifying rounds are held online. And given our international team's efforts to prepare problems, everyone who wants to join can use these problems in order to select their contestants, as long as the contests are given at the same time in order to ensure fair play and correctness. So a very good way for your nations to improve your Olympia strategies and practice by using these problems. Also, the national finals, which again are hosted in such a way that we try to coordinate our schedules so that we can prepare the best problems that's possible. And usually what happens is that the best teams from each country give this contest. For example, in Romania, it's 10 teams. In other countries, it's more or less teams or different criteria. But in short, the goal is to select the best teams that go to the international round, which takes every year in a different place. I will quickly show you our efforts throughout the years, as it's a project that we have been developing every year, except unfortunately for 2020, the year of the pandemic, when everything was basically moved online or in lockdown, so there was a break. But the first edition took place in Bologna in Italy. As I was mentioning earlier, Italy is the founder of this Olympiad, and their efforts with Team Olympiads go back even to early 2010. So it's an effort that's been in making for actually a decade, but it's only been a few years since we moved this into the international stage with Italy, Romania, and Russia at first that founded the contest. Then over the years, in 2018, the Olympiad took place in Romania. It's actually my hometown, so it was quite a special event personally. And over the years, we moved on to different venues. Here in 2019, the third edition. Unfortunately, 2020 was a very difficult year, but we didn't give up, and we used this as an opportunity to develop new ideas. And as such, from 2021, even though the contest took place online, we actually started working together as a team for setting problems. And ever since, our results got better and better in terms of everything related to the contest, be it organization, number of teams, and so on. And this was in 2022 in Bologna. And this year, the Olympiad took place in Port Said in Egypt. So we already included different venues from multiple continents. So we already grew even further. But again, as I was mentioning, it is a very promising format. We believe it's a very innovative format that can be used by these countries, by your countries, in order to join our competition and to make it grow even further and to even stimulate this collaboration with IOI, as these problems from here can be used as very good practice for IOI, and people can develop multiple different kinds of skills. Here we have our contacts. We have a new website, and in the website the most important details are offered. And also we left in the desks in the back a leaflet for each and every one of you, where you can find the most important information. You can contact us in order to join. And if you have any other questions, please let us know.
So thank you, Stefan. Yeah, I do not see questions, so thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for having had me.
Yes, and I wish that maybe for next year you can write paper or your results and how you're doing.
Yeah, it would be a great opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So now we have 15 minutes to close and to talk about probably next year IOI conference or some ideas. If you have any ideas or comments, so please think and please tell here. And at first I would like to give floor to Agnes, because she would like to inform about this von Neumann book. Yeah? Yeah, you're welcome.
So this is just a very, very small advertisement. As a Neumann Society, we published a book, a bilingual book about Neumann quotes. You can order it online, and for IOI, Neumann Society made a link just for you with 40% discount. So you can order it online, pay it online, and it can be delivered to your home or to here, to the hotel. It works that you order it and it go to your home, so you cannot take it in your luggage. This is the link. I will leave these papers on my desk, so feel free to take one away. Thank you very much. And sorry for this small advertising.
This is my book, maybe. This is
No.
my book? No, why is my? Okay, maybe the signatures. Okay, so now I think that Mille would like to say a couple of words about this conference and about future.
You were right. It's right.
Thank you. Oh, you again.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I just remember that first time when I was at IOI as a team leader, as a deputy leader, and I was like in my 20s, in my middle 20s. It was in 2006 in Mexico, and that was the last year of IOI that wasn't where there wasn't a conference. And even at that time, I remember that we held a kind of ad hoc workshop at which we discussed about the idea of having this type of event during the IOI. And the hardest task fell to Valentina at that time to actually do the event, because one thing is a good idea, but the other thing is to have someone that will put in the work and to make the thing happen. And do you know what is even harder than that? In my opinion, even harder is to keep doing that year after year after year, and to have a continuance of the things. And that's even harder because every year you have to keep at least the quality that was achieved in the previous years, and maybe try to even improve. So after 17 years, we are here at the end of yet another IOI conference, and I think that this will be probably this is actually the last year in which our event, our IOI conference, is minor. Starting next year, it will have 18 years, so it will have the right to vote at least. Okay. So at the end of this conference, I would like to thank everybody that participated, that contributed with the papers for the IOI journal, and also to invite you to consider this opportunity of presenting your paper while you are here at the IOI. To present a paper that will be also included in the IOI journal, which is a journal indexed in many databases like Scopus, and also consider giving a report about the competitions in your countries. How do you do the competitions? How do you do the selections of students? How do you prepare them for IOI, and so on and so forth? So you can exchange ideas with all the others from our IOI community. Thank you very much, and I hope we will continue this conference in the further years also as we have it until now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mile. And so probably some more thoughts. And as I told in the beginning, that it's really, really good to exchange our ideas in research. And we're combining many things as you, and some trainings and education and different forms, some contests, and how we teach computer science in our countries. I think there's plenty of topics that we can share as community, and we would like to see more young people also going in this research and suggesting some better or more interesting models combining computer science and education. So if you have some more ideas for next year conferences or any ideas of topics or so, we still have a few minutes. And after then we will have bus. I was already told by organizers that bus will leave like at 1:35. Yeah, just 5 minutes after conference finish, officially finish. If there are no questions, then we can finish the snow. And we still have many journals. Please come and pick if you need this physical copies. I told that virtual copies are online and everybody can access in different formats. And if you have some suggestions, come anytime. And if you would like to review papers, if you would like to be in editorial board, if you have some ideas, also contact me, or also Mile Jovanov is helping a lot, so you can contact anytime. Thanks.